kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in snow, but my head is up in the ground. Maybe this will all fade after one bad day.
Double
and I'll be
kill.
okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes.
Snipe.
I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore.
Snipe.
Easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war.
Perfect.
Just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Double kill.
I need your love, I need your
Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
You take me to somewhere now.
Reversal. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
You take me to somewhere now.
kill. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Reversal. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Perfect. No scope. Double kill.
You show up at my door on my face, and then you disappear. You're always acting so
Double kill.
selfish, way too passive inside.
Double kill.
Telling me the same old stories that I don't wanna hear.
Snipe.
It's me that you're good attention. I keep wishing when you lie. Oh, calling up last night when you're lonely. Want me to come out 'cause you can use my time. Sweet talking boy, just like you learned it. Don't think I'll start up with your love.
Double kill.
You know, won't tell me what you want. You won't keep it, I'll keep
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Reversal. No scope. Perfect. Enemy about to score. Snipe.
Found it right here. I'm running out of air.
Double kill.
Coming up from the deep. Drowning right here. But you're the one who cared. Showing up like you did. No matter
Double
what I
kill.
said or did, you breathe me back to life.
Snipe.
Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe
Double
me
kill.
back to life. One touch, and now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to bed again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back.
Double kill.
You breathe me back to life.
Triple kill.
And now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to bed again.
Triple kill.
I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life.
Double kill.
never left my heart.
Killing spree.
Only again, I got you to thank again.
Double kill.
I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me
Double kill.
You breathe me back to life.
Killing spree. Double kill.
You breathe me back to life.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
I can't stand the distance. You're over there contemplating existence. Wish I could be of great persistence. You're putting up this wall of resistance. Yeah, you can call me persistent, but why do we feel so socially distant? My brain needs to know this instance. Is it the system making us inconsistent? It's easy to blame the external. Is our love temporary? Is it eternal? I'm always looking internal, tossing and turning at night. I'm nocturnal. I need to know, will we win this war, or will we be soldiers left on the floor? I'm not sure. Feel like I'm winning, but I haven't kept score, and I just need to know what I'm fighting for.
Double kill.
Yeah, I remember the days before you and I went separate ways. I know that I said that I needed the space, but when I think back I only see your face. It's always gonna be hard to replace the touch of your love and your warm embrace. I wish I could go down my phone and erase all the pictures of you, but I keep them in case. Don't know what I expected to do. Without all your love I didn't know who to turn to. Guess it's kinda funny how the tables had turned to. They told me I'd be better off, but that's not true. Now I'm looking for somebody who's brand new. You were my one love, you were my go-to. Guess I just gotta do my best to pull through, but I feel like I need to say I still love you.
These nights stay lost forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong? These nights stay lost forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong?
We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, rock, rock. We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, rock, rock. We can rock with a rhythm. It's alright, I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, and there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
Hello, and welcome to the European Halo League 2v2 Showdown. This is the Summer Doubles tournament. I am Seal, here with AC Canic. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. I'm a little sick today, so everyone in the Twitch chat might need to forgive me a little bit if you hear a little bit of congestion and stuff like that. But we're here. We're doing all right. Then this is the first time I've been able to cast the doubles, so I'm looking forward to it. You're gonna have to take the lead a little bit on this one because I'm gonna need a good somebody to show me the ropes on this one.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, doubles is not a game type that I've got the most experience with either. I've never really played it competitively, but speaking of which, we are starting things off very quickly. It's going to be Through, the only one left alive, manages to pick up that camo, and he's going to be getting the shock as well. It's a rough start for HCE.
Yeah, that's the exact thing you don't want to happen once you start out new matches, is automatically giving up both the power weapon and the power equipment and then going down 2-1. But there is a moment here, and if he can connect with these shots, he'll put it up to a 3-1 lead. But Wicked should be trying to track this player down, but Alien has the coverage over on the high side, putting him up 4-1 already within the first 40 seconds, and they're already reading these next spawns. Rob was coming up, and then it's a split spawn for Wicked as well. And I have a feeling a pinch is going to come through in a second.
Yeah, but they don't seem to know where Robles is just now. He's actually managed to evade the enemy gamers. It seems like Alien has gone down. Wicked's still alive, but Through here has lost his camo. He's trying to find that pick, but hasn't managed to connect just yet. And it was a very good start for Bimbos, but HCE managing to answer back, playing their lives off spawn really nicely.
Unfortunately, though, loose plasma grenade is going to take down both of them together, and it's going to bring that game back to within 1. Wicked yet to find a slay, but he's found 2 assists for his efforts, so he's still doing a great job of playing along with his teammate. And I've seen Robles play before, and I know for a fact that both of these duos are extremely good duos. Through and Alien, though, a little bit more experienced, and oh my goodness, what a hook, line, and sinker for, I believe that was Wicked just now.
Yeah, Robles has been around for a long time, although to my knowledge, he doesn't usually, I think, actually play that much in these tournaments. He's very much someone who's seen in ranked a lot, especially when I used to play more often. And I think if there's one thing we did learn from the La Vendición versus Chirke match last week, is that even though Robles is best known for his cat pictures in the sauna, he's got that dog in him. Because despite the fact that was a 3-0 loss, he was playing phenomenally, especially in that map 3. And I think if they can bring that energy that they had in that map 3, especially the round that they won of the oddball, then they could very easily take this game, because Chirke is a very strong team to be managing to take a round off of.
They are quite. I've played against Through and Alien NJ multiple times, and they are a force to be reckoned with. And just now you can see the efforts that Rob was going through to try to guarantee some slays. Through is going to clean up, though, keep it all tied up, and he's looking for that last player as camouflage has come up. He doesn't know that player's right underneath of him, but oh no, he didn't quite get a glance at that armor set, and I think a backsmack might be in order, but no, Robles is going to take down that player, and it's going to be up to Alien to fight a 1v2 to try to deny this camouflage, but the flank coming through, it should be able to put him down, and there it is. The lead is changed over, and almost deja vu, but backwards, a 10-8 lead, and the power equipment in the hands of HCE.
Something I think is interesting about 2v2 is that in 4v4, you very rarely see a situation, it's not rare to see 4 dead, but people don't tend to all die at the same time, which means you don't often have that sort of very clean moment of a team just having the option to choose exactly what they want to do on the map for a second. That happens all the time in 2v2, where both of the players on the team go down, and oftentimes, like at the start, you'll only have one player left, and that player is left then. They have a big decision to make. I have these seconds to work with. What am I going to do with them? And we've seen both teams now in that situation go for this camo shock rifle. Through didn't manage to get as much value from it as you may be hoping for. Bimbos are going to be able to deny it to HCE as well, because Wicked and Robles just not wanting to push into that situation. But it feels like Bimbos actually were timing out that camo, because as soon as it runs out, they start trying to get active on the map.
Bimbo's taking so long to find a push, make a push. It was a very smart play by them because they denied the use of that camouflage. I don't think a single slay went into the hands of this camo player because they were playing very reserved the entire time, and that's allowed Throw and Alien to pick up at least one more slay. And Wicked's still trying to play his life right now with the shock rifle and find a little bit of assistance, waiting for his teammate to come up, which is exactly what you want to do in these doubles. I played a little bit of 2v2, and getting in any fight once your teammate is down is kind of a guaranteed loss. Somebody can just bait and switch you, wait until you're down to no shields, and then take you down afterwards. But Still such a small lead. Robbles is trying to activate, but Through has the back as well. And it looks like it's going to be a focus on the Alien NJ to try to take this last player down.
Yeah, I think something I've kind of learned about doubles is that it's always really sweaty. Like, it doesn't matter if it's ranked doubles, even if you're playing, like, quick play doubles or whatever that game mode's called, like the unranked doubles, it's always the, like, sweatiest games I've ever. And I think it's because when you only have that one teammate to work with, when there's so much less chaos happening on the map, it's hard to not be working as a team in a 2v2 situation. You kind of have to be doing that. And unfortunately, that teamwork that we were just talking about is going to go in favor of Bimbos. And Wicked JL kept that shock rifle in his back pocket for so long, but he didn't use really any of the ammo. So when he finally goes down, they've just gifted almost a full shock rifle to Through.
I don't know if you saw that, but Through here that we have on the screen, he nabbed away that camouflage from Alien. There was a grapple utilized. He took it away. It was really kind of funny to watch because I don't know if they were expecting to do that, but I mean, sometimes you need to be aggressive in your own lanes as well. And I don't blame him with it 9-2-5 right now, leading the Slays, getting a little bit more of an advantage, even though it's your teammate, isn't always a bad thing.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And I think looking at the two teams, you know, we've only got one kill now to separate them after Wicked picks up that one, but the stat lines between them are very different. Much more even distribution of kills on Bimbos, even though Through is pulling ahead. Meanwhile, Robles pulling over 3 times as many kills as Wicked, though he does have a lot of assists. But I think when I'm looking at Wicked's stat line, if you're going to be playing that sort of very supportive role where you're not getting the kills yourself, you're just enabling your teammate, I think you've got to have fewer deaths. You've got to be keeping those deaths very low and making sure you're staying alive. Because right now, this scoreline is very close, and Robles is seeming to do most of the heavy lifting.
Well, he is indeed 10-1-8, like you said. He has a good stat line here. And Wicked's probably still doing his job, but it's just trying to find the time. And sometimes that's how the doubles works out. I've seen it before, even with the pros, when we're watching Renegade, Legend, and all those guys, and that LVT Pro LAN. Some of them were very, very low in terms of slays, but the assists and the extra damage is where it came through, and that's where a lot of the important fights happen. Oh, Robbles almost got reversaled there by Alien, but he will stay alive for now, and the game will go slightly once again into the lead of Bimbos as it continues on. 5 minutes left, though. This one's starting to look like it's going to go towards time.
Yeah, it is entirely possible, especially when you have two teams that seem very averse to taking major risks here and getting aggressive. That's probably the most aggressive push we've seen from HCE since the opening break for the camo. When they had that camo shock rifle in their favor, they just sort of froze on the map. And I think that's kind of what worries me a little bit about this HCE team. I need to see them getting a little bit more active, especially when they have that power to work with.
Definitely going to be the case, and that last player's been found out, but Robbles has a close spawn here, so it's a good opportunity to try to get a flank on the next players and try to retake the lead. But right now, I believe it's a 4-kill lead for the side of Bimbos, and it looks like they're trying to lock this one in pretty darn quick, but Robbles has managed to sneak away with his camo. Whether or not he'll stay alive is up to some serious contention from Alien NJ.
Robles has just absolutely ruined the lives of Bimbos there. That was a phenomenal play. What we just saw was him essentially using Wicked as bait, and whilst they think that Robles is over in Whirlpool, he sneaks in, manages to take that camo, fives one guy, and then dodges the grenades to take out the other with the help of his teammate. Absolutely fantastic play from Robles, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier with the way this guy can play when he's really on it. We need to see this kind of Robles for this entire series if they're going to overcome Alien and Through.
Well, I mean, they've already overcome the score loss right now, a 1-kill lead, and a little bit of a trick jump trying from Robbles. Not going to quite connect with it, but his teammate should be there to assist him. Looks like he's going to sneak through and just try to be aggressive, take down Alien. Might be looking for the next one. Through. Through's still alive, though. Wicked's going to try to activate off this damage, but 2 full shield players in a 1v1. This could either complete the lead for HCE or tie it back up with Bimbos, but it looks like both teams are going to slow it down and wait for their teammates to spawn up, which with this game this close, with 3 minutes left on the board, I don't blame them. There's no rush to anything. It's just timing and finding your teammates.
Robles is on 17 kills right now. Through on 14. Those two definitely leading the charge for their respective teams. And I feel like Wicked is actually doing kind of what I said. He's keeping his deaths a lot lower. No, I shouldn't have said that, but You know, he's keeping those deaths under control just a little bit. He was still in the single digits until just now. That's something very good to see from the player who is taking that backseat. And another thing I like to see is those 10 assists. He's getting himself involved in these fights, but Robles just domes through there, and it looks like he might be trying to activate off of that pick.
The lead back into the hands of HCE. This has been a very back and forth series so far, and Through might find himself at the wrong end of a shock rifle once again, but no, he's going to tie it up 23-23, and they know where Wicked is. They're going to try to break down and try to identify where this player is going. I'm guessing one's going to be going through the bottom stairs, but Ravels spawns close, so I don't think anyone's going to be able to secure this slay. It's just going to be another splitting the map in half, biding your time, and maybe looking to try to pick up this camouflage in the for the last 2 seconds of the game.
Yeah, if either team gets this camouflage, it's probably effectively game over. Although, I mean, right now, this shock rifle could be the game in Through's hands. But what a pre-nade! They find them both! And in one fell swoop, HCE are going to upset map 1. I think both of us went into this expecting Bimbos to do better. But HCE, in a narrow but quite impressive victory, will take our first map.
I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to slays and teamwork, and I think there's just a few more assists. Yeah, it looks like one more assist on the side of Robles and Wicked, which means they won it by a little bit more. And I think just the team execution by Robles and Wicked were a little bit more intentional. They wouldn't slow back, they wouldn't stay in the background. They immediately activate off the damage, go through, try to push in, try to find some slays, and sometimes it didn't work out, but sometimes it definitely did, and that's what gave them this 2-up lead, taking our first map 25-23. But next up is going to be a Solly Slayer as well. And this can go either way once again. Shock Rifle and Camo are still up for grabs. Different map, same tools, same game, and I guess we're going to see if it's going to look like the same players.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that misplay that I highlighted towards the start of them kind of freezing with the shock rifle, it's almost like they recognized themselves that that was a misplay, because we saw them getting a lot more aggressive when they had something to play off of. Especially, you know, even if that was just an opportunity to do something, we saw that super risky play from Robles trying to take that camo at the, where even when both of the enemy team were up, he essentially realized they weren't looking and decided to scarf away with it, securing his team a 2-for-0 trade in that fight. That's the kind of play that I think they realize they need to be making, and the kind of play that the players on Bimbos maybe were struggling with just a little.
I didn't realize the S7 was the sniper rifle on this map, and it looks like it's going to be used quite well by Alien NJ to pick out Wicked. Robles still alive, but he's back down, and no scope headshot for Alien NJ to take a bit of a lead here. What a shot, along with the overshield, so I guess I was wrong. Completely different tools, but right now it's looking the exact same start as we saw last time, and we might be seeing an Achilles back. No, not quite. What a nade from Alien, looking to try to find Wicked, and it's 4-1 now with a reversal double kill for Alien.
Yeah, it's funny to see a sniper rifle on this map again after all this time. And also kind of crazy to think that they changed it to a shock rifle to make it less powerful, because the shock rifle is just as strong in the right hands as the sniper. But yeah, it seems like in doubles it is still an overshield and sniper on Solitude. That's something that I didn't know off the top of my head, but it does change the equation quite a bit. An overshield, I would say, is generally a less powerful tool than an active camo, but in doubles, where you just don't have as many guns on the map to shoot at it with, it's probably still equally dangerous, and Wicked does a very good job to trade out a kill in that situation. In fact, he trades out 2 to make that an even fight in a situation where realistically Bimbos would have expected to win it pretty convincingly.
I mean, nobody was alive on the map after that little exchange, and it looks like, right, Robles and Wicked are trying to activate off the back of that, and it's all of a sudden a 1-kill game. Once again, we've seen these two teams go back and forth the entire time. It looks like it's going to just be the case-for-case scenario as we continue on, but right now, Wicked is leading the slays for HCE, and Robles is a little bit lacking behind, not by a lot, but enough for it to make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, it feels like Wicked saw that Robles was the main character of the previous map and decided to try and flip that script somewhat. It's not going too well for HCE off the rip, especially with this overshield going in favor of Bimbos, but it's not out of control just yet. They are going to need to try and minimize the bleeding here. Robles goes down in a situation where you would have hoped he could survive, and now Wicked JL is once again having to flee from 2 enemy gamers.
And he's doing a good job of playing his life so far, but they are really cutting corners and going around the cycle to try to find this player, but he's sitting on the high side of that little lamppost right there. Posted and a great activation is going to guarantee 1 slay. It might be able to guarantee 2, but Alien's going to deny it with 1 shot, 2 shots, double kill with that S7. S7's out of ammo, but the lead is still in the hands of Bimbos so far. And this being a best of 3, with all of a sudden a 5-kill lead, it could almost be done and dusted here and now.
Yeah, Alien's been very good with this sniper rifle so far. He's been really putting that to work. I think that's a great example of how you can make exactly the right play from a decision-making standpoint and just lose it based off of sheer mechanics. I think Wicked there played phenomenally to stay alive, got his teammate back with him, recharged, and it just didn't matter because Alien shuts them both down so hard. It's now a 5-kill lead for HCE, and Bimbos are going to have a hard time closing that gap.
Indeed they are, and right now it looks like they're an Alien. Once again trying to play as a team. Robble's gonna have some information. I'm gonna predict Wicked's gonna come behind in a couple of seconds. No, he's gonna meet up with Robbles. That was an opportunity for an epic pinch to come through, but it looks like Robbles and Wicked are gonna rotate around to the blue side and try to keep themselves alive as they play as a team here. And Alien's gonna get caught out by Wicked. A great slay. And now they just need to collapse on a third to try to bring this game a little bit closer. 4-kill lead could turn into a 3-kill lead. It makes it a lot more easy, but it looks like it's going to be trade out to maintain the lead. And right now, that's all Bimbos need to do is just trade out back and forth, and they'll win this game pretty handily.
Yeah, very well played there from Thuru. Manages to trade out 1 kill and get some damage. The Alien can clean up the other. What really should have been a HCE resurgence there. Them getting 1 kill whilst the camera was coming up. The overshield was coming up. They should have been able to collapse it on that player and get the overshield. Instead, turns into favourable trades for Bimbos, and they've got the overshield.
I mean, it's just power plays and power positions by the side of Bimbos so far. They've been trying to maintain spawns, and they've already picked out Robbles. Wicked's across the map, not really an opportunity to help. And I can't blame Alien for that play. It makes sense if you think about it. You have the overshield. You can afford to play out a little bit more aggressive out in the open to keep your team in the lead just a little bit and guarantee some damage on the Robbles. And that's exactly what he was able to pull off. But now, Wicked might be able to survive. No, he will not. And it's going to be damage onto Robbles as well. Only 7 kills to win versus 15. This is going to be a very difficult fight back from HCE unless they figure out a way to just never trade out ever again throughout this matchup. Ooh, that was a really close insta-squad.
Yeah, it was a good plan from Robles, and it just sort of fell through. And I feel like that's almost been the story of this map so far. HCE, it feels like they haven't been playing that badly, but they just can't seem to execute on anything. They aren't winning 1v1s, or they're taking too much damage in situations where they should have an advantageous fight. And finally, Robles is going to hit a very nice 5 onto that player to get those 2 down, but he's so weak. He doesn't take advantage of the fact that he was the only one on the map. He could have pushed aggressively towards the sniper rifle. Instead, he's playing his life against no enemy players on the map.
I was thinking the exact same thing. If you're the last person up on the map completely, then you have a really good opportunity to just take some room, take a bit of map advantage, and do what you need to do to guarantee some good spawns for your team, or deny the enemy team good spawns close to those power-ups and power-ups, because right now, it looks like it's going to be a no-scope once again for Alien NJ. The assist comes through from Thuru, and Robble's last alive. And they already know where this player is, so they're going to try to hunt him down, but really, they're just going to guarantee themselves an OS, along with most likely slaying the Robles as well, to put themselves up ooh, at 23-14.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've seen a single sniper or overshield in the hands of HCE this game.
I don't think so far. There might have been like 1 or 2 rounds going into their hands for HCE of sniper ammo, but that was really about it. Everything else has kind of gone pretty evenly into the hands of Bimbos, and HCE haven't found really any map control off the back of it as well, which is why the score is reflecting as such. A 9-kill lead right now, and it's going to be 24, looking for their last one on the Robbles, and there it is, the reshot 1-shot from Thuru to guarantee the kill with the battle rifle, 25-15. What a reversal of a series from Bimbos. HCE kept it close in game number 1, but Bimbos just kind of ran the lobby for game number 2, and we're looking for our last one, Slayer Origin. I don't know, it's kind of looking like this one's going to go in the hands of Bimbos.
Yeah, that was a very decisive answer back, and I think what worries me about HCE is that lack of power item control. If you just give up every camo and every sniper, even if the enemy team isn't that good with them, they're going to get it eventually. And it's like, as Thuru is pointing out here, you've got rockets and a sniper rifle on this map. There might only be 1 rocket and only 1 bullet in the sniper, but that's enough to completely shut out the enemy team for an entire, several lives, because you only need 1 rocket to kill 2 players if you're too close together.
That's exactly what I was thinking. If you line up everything and you nail a headshot for each sniper rifle, that's 6 kills per power weapon set that comes out, and that can be done really, really quick. You only need, what is it, 4 rotations of power weapons for it to come through, and that's really about it.
Yeah, there's just... I mean, that feels like a very... I mean, the backs are up against the wall here for HCE. Like, we did see them win that first map, and they played very well in that first map. Well, ever since Bimbo's kind of woke up in that second one, it's just been non-stop aggression, and maybe Solitude just isn't a good map for HCE. But still, it's kind of hard to watch a beatdown like that and not think that the writing's kind of on the wall.
I mean, it can always go both ways, though. I like to be the devil's advocate just a little bit. And HCE did have a little bit more of an advantage in an open map as opposed to Solitude, where there's a lot of close-cut corners and other things. So maybe there's an opportunity for HCE to try to bring this one back, but right now, it does seem like Bimbos have an opportunity here. And I'm like, every single time I say their team name, I'm like, really, dude? But regardless, it's still a close match, and with a sniper rifle up, and I believe, like you said, rockets, they can go either way between these two. You just need to prioritize that power up and control, and we did see Alien NJ through learn from their mistakes on map number 1 and start being more aggressive on map number 2. Maybe now it's the opportunity for Robles and Wicked to do the exact same thing. Find their mistakes, act upon them, and start trying to find a way to get this league back under control and take the series away from Alien NJ through.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what manner you won each map in. The scoreline is 1-1. Very, very winnable. And we see both teams actually playing for the sniper rifle off spawn, leaving those rockets. Oh, we've got a bit of an impasse right now, or at least we did when I started coughing. we don't anymore.
I don't think you can stick through a computer, but hopefully not. Let me know how it goes, because it's never fun.
I think I just had something in my throat. I think hopefully I'm alright.
Well, right now, somebody is not alright. That's going to be Robles. He's going to go down to a body shot. Body shot might be 2. Not quite. He's going to stay alive for now, but it's going to be a rocket. And there are 2 rockets. Oh, and Robles is going to find out the hard way. There's 2. A direct impact rocket from Alien NJ to take down Robles. And we still have 2 snipes. And oh my goodness, what? Oh no!
Snipe.
Thorough. The spawn kill was not necessary. 6-0. You know, I thought HCE might have learned from their mistakes, but Alien NJ and Through aren't giving them an opportunity to learn anything but what the respawn screen looks like right now, because 6-0 with barely over a minute into this game is looking extremely rough for HCE.
The good news, if you are on HCE, is that there's 1 bullet left in the sniper rifle, and after that, there isn't going to be a sniper rifle on the field. You have a chance to fight back, and hopefully, the next time sniper and rockets come up, you will be the ones picking them. However, you've still got to take down Through first, and that's still a bit of a tall order, because he wins those.
Killing spree.
I apologize, I was muted. But a 6-kill lead now for the side of Bimbos once again. Looking for Robles. Robles is going to find the hard way that there's another player looking for him. He's going to go down as well. But what I was talking about when I realized I was muted was there's not really an opportunity here for HCE to do much off the back of this. The spawns are already pretty obvious in this map set so far. You're going to spawn blue or red. Usually not going to spawn bottom mid in a doubles. And with 8 kills leading, that's exactly what we talked about with that sniper rifle and rockets. A 6-kill lead every single time you get that cycle, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so we do see those 2 players. They spawned up in the place that they were not expected, but once again, they're not really aggressing very well here. They're both in the same place. And what that means is that if they're pushing both from the same direction, if they're both looking at the same angle, you can step out of both of their line of sight going into one place, if that makes sense. Whereas if you're pushing from multiple angles, you're cutting off anyone's chance of escaping. These 2 players now are in a terrible situation where they've got rockets and sniper rifle against them. 12-2 is the scoreline. Robles doesn't even react to that sniper rifle because he knows he's got nowhere to go. And honestly, I think we're looking at a stake here because there's absolutely no chance that HCE are breaking out of this at this rate.
Yeah, I think that was kind of just one of those moments where, like, you just kind of have to accept your fate. Robles saw the glint of the sniper rifle, knew he was stuck bottom mid, no one was really around to help him. Oh, but my goodness, what a fail with the rocket. Slides, threads the needle through the hallway. It doesn't work through, unfortunately.
Yeah, we did see Robles there. I don't know, Megsing rocket, I guess, that went between his legs, but unfortunately he also fumbles his own rocket. Now it's a 1v1 between Wicked and Theroux. Wicked has that thruster to work with, but doesn't manage to use it to secure the kill. Wicked is going to elect to stay alive. I think that's a good call from him in order just to make sure he doesn't lose too many lives here. His team's finally picking up some kills. They can't afford to give up any average deaths.
It looks like they're not going to give up much. It's going to be another slay, and the battle rifle coming through against Robles, and Robles has to reload. And unfortunately, it's going to give the lead once again to Bimbos. 8-8 for both of these two, and 3-3. So the slays are even, but the scoreboard is not reflecting such. 16-6, 10-kill lead. And Alien's just moving through to find these next two players. And I like that play by Alien. He's going to push through, find where these players are, let the information be known to his teammate, and then they're going to react off the back of that. They're setting up for another decision to come through. Wicked, down to one shot. Wicked will go down. Alien versus a full shield Robles as well. So this 1v1 is going to be the deciding factor. But looks like they're both going to play it a little bit slow. But Robles looking the wrong way. Oh, but Wicked has the help from across the map. That's a good play by Wicked and Robles to try to guarantee some assistance from both their teammates.
Yeah, Robles needs to find Theroux, and they are going to manage to do so. He does go down. It's the first time so far this map, in fact, since map 1, where we've seen HCE in a good position to try and get control of the power items, but they can't manage to finish that kill onto that player at top rocks. They should still be able to get the sniper rifle. They are well positioned for it, and we see Robles going for it right now, but Theroux is on the move. And this 1v1 here, cross map, actually could be absolutely huge, and Wicked is going to win it, giving his team a potential lifeline back into this series.
Gonna do his best to play his life, but Wicked will go down to Theroux, and Theroux's looking for this sniper rifle player. Robles has 3 rounds in the magazine, and a dream. Oh, he guarantees one onto Theroux, guarantees the melee as well for the trade out. Alien though hunting him down with the rocket. It's gonna be one slay going down, and Alien's gonna be looking for him as well off the back of it, and Wicked will be found, and now a thrust and I believe sniper rifle if he locates it, but it might be out of ammo. No, looks like it's going to go in the hands of Theroux, and Robles is trying to deny that asset, but Theroux will sneak away with his life and with 2 rounds of sniper rifle as well.
Yeah, we kind of see another situation here, similar to what we were talking about in that map 2 where Robles was one shot, but everyone else was dead and he could have gotten active. Wicked wins that 1v1 onto top Rockets player, but the side of Robles and Theroux don't make any real, not Robles and Theroux, Robles and Wicked don't really make any attempt to try and secure that rocket themselves. So instead they just end up fighting cross map, they don't manage to win it out, and then Rockets and Sniper Rifle back into the hands of Bimbos. They're so far behind right now, they've managed to get the situation under control just a little bit with even trades. Wicked, last one up, looking to get control of this S2 position, but it's going to take an absolute miracle in order for anything to go in.
Indeed, with an 8-0 lead right now, Bimbos are running this lobby and trying to find HCE on the respawn screen. Robles does have a rotation on the Alien, though. He's going to be able to pick up one. Theroux will pick up the trade, though, and that's not what you want to see. You can't trade out this late in the game with the Slays having such a discrepancy, and Wicked's been identified now by Theroux, and with Alien spawning up on the work. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. Somebody was going to come through and do some damage, and it's going to be Alien and Theroux steering the last one, and Robles might be the last one. And the 1v1 has the jiggles, but not enough. Alien NJ will take the slay, take the series, and finish out our first round of doubles. HCE, thanks for playing. You did a great job, but not today.
Yeah, I mean, you have got to highlight the fact that HCE took that map 1. Unexpectedly so, I think most people would probably agree. So a great job from them to upset that first map. And I think I had a little bit of hope there that we might see them win out this series. But I think Bimbos maybe just weren't quite warmed up, or maybe they just weren't super comfortable on the map, because they took the series by storm from that point onwards.
They did have a good comeback through the middle side of that map, but unfortunately at the very end of it, they weren't able to find those final slays and secure much of anything regarding map control or power weapons. But still, well played from Wicked and Robles. They did their best, they did what they could, and the assists came through pretty clean. But Theroux and Alien NJ just had a little bit more of that chemistry working between the two players, ensuring the slays and ensuring the game to finish out their first series. 25-15, 25-15. That's kind of funny how those last 2 matches played out.
Yeah, they're very consistent in terms of their domination, and I think, you know, the methods of it were consistent as well. Just all of that power item control, What are you supposed to do if you are on HCE there when you just got rockets and snipers and overshield just coming at you non-stop with none of your own? It's not easy to deal with. But looking at our bracket right now, we do seem to have the next matchups going. So obviously we did just see Bimbos defeat HCE. Twizzy Rich defeated Boba in the other round. STK2, two guys. 110 Ping defeated M2. Felix Gatabanda beat Cloudy Capo, and MLG Square Moss defeated Arvark and JD. So we've got some interesting matchups coming up in our second round of the upper bracket. But let's not forget that those teams that did just fall in our first round will have another chance in the losers bracket.
Indeed they will. So they always have an opportunity to make a comeback, but we'll see how it goes as it continues on. All these teams are really well put together. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're able to put together for each other, because there's always an opportunity to wake up. Maybe the alarm was set for an hour after the standard, but always a chance here. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams can put together.
Yeah, we'll be right back after the break with our next matchup.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living.
I'm waiting for better days, but I'm not giving up hope just yet. This stillness is just a phase. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is pretty hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer race, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down.
Hello, welcome back everybody. It's me. I'm stepping in for Canik a second. Just give his voice a little bit of a break. How are you doing, Adam? I managed to catch that first game a little bit. It looked quite good.
Yeah, map 1 was very exciting. Maps 2 and 3 maybe not quite so much, but I'm sort of a pleasant surprise that we actually had a map 3 on our first round. Usually round 1 of these kinds of things, double elims tend to be a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, going map 3 in a best of 3 is you can't complain about that, right? Like it shows that there's at least some back and forth there, and maybe the maps that turned it up. But I want to look at the maps we got going here right now. I want to call these El Clasico. We have Aquarius, we have Streets, we have Live Fire. Every single map's great. That's what you get in a 2v2. You just get the old classic maps. But hey, I mean, it's looking pretty good, and this is looking pretty good from Felix Go Bandata. I like the sort of joint push they had going there, but what actually meant was because they were coming from 2 different angles, they were in kind of like 2 1-on-2s. They just kind of died a bit out of sync, so let's see if they can make that back, and it looks like they're already starting to do that.
Yeah, pinching is a bit of a difficult thing to get right, even for very good players like these. If you don't time it exactly right, you end up essentially just isolating yourself and allowing them to kill you piecemeal. Almost exactly what they want to do to you. So you do have to make sure you've got that anvil in place, and the hammer comes in time before the anvil gets smashed to pieces. But we can see Square Melon now still trying to put on that pressure. One of our newer and up-and-coming players, M&K Demon, is doing a lot of damage, and I was about to say, if he won that 1v1, that would have been absolutely ridiculous. It wouldn't be particularly surprising from this guy.
Yeah, well, let's look at these teams a little bit quickly. So we have, obviously, Moss and Square Melon, and we have Outcasted and Ninja. Now, I'm just trying to reflect back to last weekend, because some of these guys played in the same team, if I remember correctly, right? Like this Felix Go Bada squad. So yeah, so Outcasted and Square Melon played together on that team last week. So there's a little bit of a rivalry going on here, because in fact I'm pretty sure that team has been solid for several weeks and months now. They're getting ready for LAN, and they wanna have a nice, good, solid 4. So they should know each other quite well going into this. And as we are talking about these 2 players, Square Melon takes down Outcasted.
Yeah, Felix Gato Banda have been that squad of 4, Swen, Melon, Outcasted, and Happy. They've been teaming together, I think, since our spring tournaments. They've been essentially staying the same, with every once in a while having someone fill in, presumably due to unavailability. And they've gotten a lot better over those months. They've really improved a lot. They're pretty much our only solid team that hasn't changed this whole time. So it's really great to see a team that's actually making the effort to do that. And you know, they may find themselves on opposite sides of the map right now, but I still think they're probably still besties when it comes otherwise. But
yeah, well, Camo in the hand of Outcasted, so he's the provisional sort of team captain of that roster, and let's see if he can show why he deserves that title. But Square Melon is one of those players that, you know, we don't see many new, I want to say new and upcomers, this is Halo I'm talking about, so within the last year, in the scene. But he's been making some waves, and actually I'm really excited to see him in November at LAN if he does manage to make the way over there. But he gets actually spotted out by the Camo Eyes, so Outcasted, he's all alone. Looks like his teammate Ninja is going to try and support him there from P2, but actually he fell out of the way and just didn't get enough vision. But he is going to try and clean up house here. Has to go for the reload, and actually Square Men will get the 2-piece. And Square Men sitting here now, 10-1. I mean, you're talking about 2v2 here. If you're going 10-1, there's no way you're losing this game, right?
Theoretically, no, but there's still plenty of time left to work with. MLG Square Moss do still need 10 more kills to close this one out. Fearless Gatabanda needs significantly more, and if their players keep going down, then they're going to be struggling with that just a little bit. You see, the pace of play here is so fast, and I love the way those two players just dive on that guy so quickly, and now looking to push out across the map to take map control, but honestly, the way this is working is pretty much just Moss and Square Melon are running together at all times, and Fearless Gatabanda just don't seem to be able to find an answer.
Yeah, I wanna hope that we see a little bit of a mix-up going into map number 2, but you correctly called it. I mean, when you're in a 2-on-1 situation, there's not to make it happen. We do see a nice 2-push here from Fearless Gatabanda, but it doesn't matter. Square Man will get the double piece anyway. He gets a good, well-timed melee after his teammate does enough damage to them, and then just gets the one shot on the head afterwards. Now, they are going to be walking straight into the enemies again. Square Melon deciding to, I was going to say deciding not to take the challenge, but he goes for the killing frenzy, gets the kill, and he must be feeling all that passion inside him right now. 15-1. Can he keep it going?
It's not very often you get to see Outcasted and Ninja getting shut down this hard against a non-pro team. This is an absolute domination of a first match. I thought we saw domination in our previous 2 maps of the previous series, but so far, MLG Square Moss one-upping that one with the level of gaming that we are seeing on our screens. But Moss finally does get taken down. Melon, it is down as well, and this is, I think, honestly the first opportunity we've seen so far this map for Fearless Gatabanda to start putting a run of their own on the board.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult in these types of situations to make a confident call on who you think is going to win, just because so many people are not playing the game right now and they just rock up for these tournaments after not playing for months. So you don't really have that, like, the historical perception of skill doesn't necessarily align to how they're currently playing. However, this game should have been a hell of a lot closer than the first series we watched, right? And it's just not turned out that way. But maybe we'll see a change right now.
Yeah, we definitely have seen a significant swing in their favor. I think it's these power items that are really a big difference maker for this team, and Ninja really couldn't afford to trade there, but he does fall, unfortunately, for Fearless Gatabanda. But we saw camo after camo in hands of MLG Square Moss. Once Fearless Gatabanda actually got one of them themselves, we've seen, if not a big swing, then at least a kind of drop in the momentum of MLG Square Moss. So Moss right now, he's just looking to put that final kill on the board. This game is effectively over, but if you are on the side of Fearless Gatabanda, you do want to try and have at least a decent ending to this game, just to feel like you've got some momentum going into the next one.
Yeah, and if I'm Square Melon, I'm not wanting to take those long-range bullet fights. I'm wanting to get right in their face, get a melee trade, and just close out the game. And it looks like that's what he's going to try and do. He makes it, comes in behind them. A well-placed nade there by Ninja. It will not be enough. Square Melon will take him down confidently, despite getting full frag to the face. And that'll be map number 1 going the way of MLG Square Moss. What an interesting name. We're going to move into Streets here now, Adam. Do you think we'll see anything different, or do you think it was just skill?
I think Streets is a similarly aggressive and fast-paced map. It also only has the one power item, really, in the form of the active camo, though it's worth noting that red gun may be a pretty significant factor, and it's very interesting to me, actually, thinking about Streets in this context, because usually on a map like Streets, that camo is in such a low and exposed position, you can't really afford to just dive on it straight away, because you'll just get massacred by everyone. But in a 2v2, there aren't as many guns on the map, and if one person on the other team is playing for something other than that camo, you've got a very good chance of just waltzing in and taking it. So the players on both of these teams are going to have to be very on it with their camo, and it might just be a case of just going for it whenever it's up, instead of trying to do anything too clever, especially if you're on Fearless Gatabanda here, because they were really struggling to get their hands on them, and when they finally did, they made a lot happen with it, but they need to actually be getting them in their hands more often.
Yeah, and let's not undersell the performance there by Square Melon. They might not have been getting those power weapons all the time, but he was 15-1 at some point, going for the killing frenzy, and I'm not surprised he ended on a 19-5 because when you're in that last, that last 5 or so kills, you're really going to go for those trades, and you are going to get more deaths. But killing frenzy in a 2v2 versus 25, you really don't see that very often, Adam.
No, there's just not that many people on the map to be killing. You have to essentially go through half of the map without dying in order to get that. But
So
Ninja now making use of this sidekick to try and stay alive.
yeah, the camo has been coming up, and I like Ninja's use there. He pops down the shroud screen, lets his teammate go and grab the camo. Meanwhile, he'll take on the fight. Do like the nade across from MLG Square Moss though. They did think, if we can get the nade across there, we could maybe take out that player, and they did end up hitting him, but he had enough health to survive. Now, let's see if he can make full use of this camo, because he wants to be getting at least 3 kills out of this, so at least maybe a double and 1 more if he wants to really make full use of it. And remember, we have that extended camo time as well, so that's not out of the making.
Yeah, I think we saw a bit of patience there from Outcaster when he was first popping that camo. I think if we were still on that 30-second camo, he probably would have gotten a lot more aggressive with it, but instead he takes his time, rotates around, takes an angle that the other team isn't expecting, and now he's just looking to take down Moss off spawn, completely unaware of where he's getting pushed from. Excellent spawn control and predictions from the side of Felix Gato Banda to get themselves a 7-1 lead, a very, very different start from the previous match.
Oh, you could see Squareman there, crouched in B with the red gun, waiting for his teammate to get there so he could make the move. He maybe jumped a little bit too early, but he managed to actually pass the red gun onto the enemy team, and the enemy team managed to clean up. But I liked the thoughts there. They're trying to get some sort of more unique two plays there, getting a lot of damage down. But the red gun, as you said, does make a massive amount of difference in a 2v2, because if you can hit those perfect 3 headshots, there's just nothing that you can make happen on the enemy team. And we've gone from what was a pretty confident game 1 win by MLG Square Moss to a 10-2 lead here for Felix Gato Banda.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to these power items. It's such an easy script to flip, I think, when you have that good start and you get control of these really powerful items. I mean, when you have a camo in a 4v4, there's 4 enemy players on the map, all of whom have a chance at spotting you. In 2v2, you have so much space to work with. It's so much easier to get in behind enemy lines and catch people off guard, because they just don't have that many people watching their backs. And you can see here that Felix Gato Banda have been doing such a good job of making so much use of it. And just looking at SLG's stream here, there seems to be a very close match happening. Unexpectedly close. Alien and Through trading blows with SLG and Mighties, who are definitely the favourites to win today.
This is interesting. I guess we're going full screen to this because, hey, I mean, if we're going to see SLG drop a map, it's 23-23, so maybe they'll manage to turn this around. But this is a hell of a lot closer than I would have predicted. These guys should have had a clear shot all the way to the winners final.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected anybody to. I wouldn't even have expected the other strongest teams in the tournament to really to look this good against SLG and Mighties. Maybe they're just a little bit cold. It's not like it's an unheard of event for these guys to not take some opponents too seriously. And you can see now though, SLG is just looking to find those kills. Don't want to shoot from too far away, but he gets dropped down to low shields by another player. That's got 2 weak members of this this SLG Mighties team, but they are going to be, looks like, winning this fight for the most part. But Alien's actually going to find the kill. It's 24-24, but Mighties will clean him up at 25-24. But
oh,
damn,
man,
that is one for the history books.
Yeah, you could see that Alien and Through, they went a little bit too bold for the camo. When there's 2 kills left, that camo is basically out of play. It's just too risky to go for. You do not want to go for it. You want to use it to bait the enemy team. You only need to get 1 more round of slays. But SLG struggling to get the kill on that player in sort of bottom mid below him, sort of the yard area, because he missed maybe 2 or 3 headshots, and as you said, Mighties came and cleaned it up, but he really should have cleaned it up easier and made that a more, a more confident 25-24, if you can say anything that's confident about a 25-24. But as you said, Adam, we're back on this game now, and this lead has been maintained by Felix Gato Banda, but we were 10-2, we're now 18-9, although although there's been a bit of a closing in the gap there by MLG Square Moss, there's only 7 kills left in this game.
Yeah, and the good news for Square Melon is that he's no longer on a goose egg, or a melon, I suppose. He's got himself 4 kills, still obviously trailing quite significantly behind the other team. There's definitely been a significant improvements in the fortunes of MLG Square Moss, but Ninja picking up this camo might just be the nail in the coffin, because with it lasting a full 45 seconds, this game might be over by the time it runs out at the rate that Ninja's been playing so far this game. It's actually Outcasted that's leading in the Slays department. He's 13-5.
Square Melon sitting in that same position again, hiding around Arcade. Does manage to get the jump, and there we go. That's another player dead. Let's see if Outcast... I wondered if Outcasted was going to go there and try to pick off Moss as he was already tagged, but thankfully so, he decided to wait for his teammate to come up. You don't want to be giving away any kills at this point. If you've got a 9-kill lead, you want to be going in hard, 2v2, getting those trades, making it happen. There was something you highlighted earlier, Adam, and I don't want to draw too much away from the action, but you highlighted about the camo being sort of easier to use on a 2v2 because you can get behind the enemy easier. And I do agree with that, but I think you have to align the camo with your other player, because when you're using that camo, you're always going to be stuck in a 2-on-1. The enemy players are going to be attached at the hip. So, yes, it's easier to get behind the players, but you need a teammate to make it happen.
Double kill.
Yeah, absolutely, but which is the case in every game type. Obviously, you can't expect the camo to just do all of the work for you. It's exactly what I talked about at the start of the previous map when it comes to trying to pinch on any game type, really. You have to time your push very well, because otherwise you're just exposing yourself, getting shot, and then the enemy team will just turn around and kill the other guy.
Talking about timing your push very well, I'm not sure quite what Ninja was doing there. He walks into top Ivy there by himself and just gets himself absolutely annihilated by the enemy team. He actually gets himself caught out here by Moss as well. Now, Outcasted is isolated. These are the exact types of mistakes that will allow MLG Square Moss to have an opportunity to get back into this one. Still an 8-kill gap though. 3 kills needed for Felix Gato Banda, and they have spotted Ninja. Let's see if Ninja and Outcasted can do something to just keep the momentum going and to close out this game.
Yeah, I'm getting, I can't lie, I'm getting a little bit concerned by how much this lead is shrinking. We're down to 6. We're down to 6, Reed, and Moss has the camouflage. He'll probably, yeah, they've got that repulsor as well. Felix Gato Banda, maybe thinking that they couldn't lose a little bit too soon. It's a killing spree for Moss now. He still has this camo to work with. These guys need to start finding some trades real quick, because we're down to a 5-kill lead.
It almost seems like they're trying to desperate a trade here, Adam, and they're just getting themselves caught out in 2-on-1 situations. But look, Outcasted, he gets pretty much annihilated by that red gun. If I'm Felix Gato Banda right now, I'm hiding. I'm waiting for this camo to disappear. Stick with your teammates. And look, that's what Ninja's trying. He's trying to hide in every perceivable position, but they just don't know where Moss is.
Reed, where'd the lead go? We're we're all of a sudden down to 3. We were at what, 10, 9? Just a minute ago, and now it's 2. Square Melon though does go down to that grenade from Ninja. And Ninja finally actually manages to put a kill on the board after I think an 11-kill swing or something ridiculous like that from MLG Square Moss. Felix Gato Banda now only need 1 to close it out. But you were, at least I was certainly thinking, we'd be going into map 3 having seen a roll in either direction. That has not been the case.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja, that double kill meant so much. Let's just hope he doesn't give away his life here. He is now in a 1-on-2 situation. But when Moss ran out of that extra bullet, and perfect, a perfect back smack. Misplay there by Square Melon. He should have really heard the movement. It wasn't like he was hiding there. He was making a lot of noise. Anyway, they managed to close it out. So we are going to be going to a map 3 here. But that 25-21 was 10-2 at one point, and 20-11 at another point, I believe. So good job for them for winning the game. Let's not downplay the fact they did win, but let's hope they can play more like they were the first half of the map going into this map number 3.
Yeah, interesting difference with live fire to the previous 2 maps we've seen. It's still a kind of 3-lane type structure, but what we have on live fire that we did not have in either of those other 2 maps is a true power weapon in the form of a sniper rifle. that's something that both of these teams are going to want to put to use, especially Square Melon, whose game we should be very familiar with by now when it comes to the sniper. But, you know, that's not to say that any of the controller players in this lobby are going to be slouches with it either.
Red was hot.
One thing
Looking at that weapon, looking at that weapon, it just significantly shifts the priorities, because instead of being able to focus all of your attention on that camo, now you've got a power item to worry about as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that Square Melon going 6 and 13 that game. He was our MVP in map number 1, so he was the differential there that meant that MLG Square Moss were not able to take this map number 2. So I want to see him open up again. And as you mentioned, he is well known with the sniper rifle. So maybe if he can get that power weapon in hand, we'll see him return to form, and we'll see them clutch out map number 3. But in the bottom right here, we have this SLG game. Alien and who else was on this team? I can't remember because I can't see. Through. Correct. Thank you. Not quite as confident as that map number 1 at 25-13. So a bit of a return to form here for SLG. And that will be, in fact, that series won by them because they did clutch out the map number 1. But we do have map number 3 of this series, so I'll be interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, it might be the case that SLG and Mighty's decided to stop playing on keyboard and mouse or something. Not that they would ever do that in a competitive setting, but the two of them have managed to win that series, a series that they definitely should have been winning, and maybe not quite as narrowly as was the case in that map 1. I think Alien and Tharu can kind of hold their heads high in that situation. You've managed to go 24-25. Essentially, almost at the point when you get that close, I'm not going to say it's a coin flip, obviously, because the team that makes the better play is going to win. But there's also a very significant aspect of it. If you like reround the clock and just ran it over and over again, different teams would win in that situation. So, you know, very good work from them to do as well as they did, and I think that bodes pretty well for them in their lower bracket.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting started here now, Adam. And I'm trying to think in my head who's destined to win this, and I honestly don't have anything in mind to say. Like, my predictions would have been totally wrong if I made them at the beginning of this series. It's just seemed to flip-flop back and forth, and maybe that's the nature of Slayers, right? It's just so dependent on your slaying ability and your killing ability that you need to have it on form all the time. I know myself, I'm an incredibly inconsistent player. I'll have a game where I'll just absolutely fry and I'll top frag, and I'll have a game where I just can't seem to hit that final headshot. And you have to hit the final headshot on this. There is essentially half the teammates to come and help you clean up that kill, so you need to make sure that it works. Now, both teams are going to be putting a lot of pressure here towards the sniper rifle. You obviously do have the camera as well, but I think almost more so than the camo, the sniper rifle is the power weapon for this 2v2 game mode on live fire, and it is going the way of MLG Square Moss. Square Melon does have the sniper in mind, and oh, look at that movement! I love that. I loved how quick and swift that was, and that'd be a nice 2-piece there for Square Melon. He's gonna pop that camo back in his pocket as well.
This is exactly what I was probably most worried about for Felix Gatabanda, is just Square Melon getting this camo snipe off the rip. Because, frankly, there's a very solid chance this is about to be a 4-kill lead, and he will still have camo left to work with. And Felix Gatabanda, this is something they were doing in the previous game as well when they were at a disadvantage. They're separated, they can't see each other. So when Ninja goes down there, Outcasted has no ability to try and help him at all. They're both hiding, but they're hiding separately. And now they just get taken down one at a time. I'd like to see them, if they're in that situation, trying to hold hands a little bit more. Try and trade each other out instead of just every man for himself.
I would have actually liked to have seen Square Melon use his his DMR there, just because when you're in a situation where you have camo, you're in a 2-on-1, and you have a sniper, like, for sure, there's an aspect of get every kill you can get. Fucking hell, look at that stick, man. Yeah, there's an aspect of get every kill you can get, right? But he really didn't need to use his final sniper bullet there. He could have saved that for the next fight, but it looks like he didn't need it because he's going to get a double anyway. So this will be a nice 6 kills total for MLG Square Moss. 6 of those were coming to Square Melon himself. Let's see what Moss can do if he can also get in on the board. But honestly, when your teammate's firing like that, just let him take the glory.
You know, the funny thing is that this is somehow the least extreme lead we've seen at the start of a map this series. Like, obviously, Felix Gatabanda are currently getting rolled, especially now that we're down to 8-3. But it's not quite as insane as we saw the previous ones, where we had players goosing and really struggling. Felix Gatabanda, though, are getting into the danger zone. With 10 seconds on this camo, they should be spawned up in time for it. And it might not be a bad idea for Felix Gatabanda to just try and play for whichever power item it doesn't look like Square Moss.
Oh, the return to sender there on the nade. It wasn't quite a full return to sender, but hey, I mean, it pushed it a little bit that way. But honestly, I don't know quite who it was that entered the door. Don't know if it was Ninja or Outcasted, but you shouldn't be running into the door after your teammate has thrown a nade. There's some communication issues going on there. But now we see Moss. It's his turn with the sniper camo. All 4 bullets ready. He's going to be trying to catch up to his teammate here on kills. But let's see if Felix Gatabanda can just run down the clock on this camo a little bit before they engage.
Alan is 9-1 right now. A very similar stat line to how we saw him start that map number 1. Felix Gatabanda are going to have to try and find their way out of this spawn cycle, and unfortunately I think that's what they probably struggled with the most so far this game, is when they're very good when they're in the ascendancy, but when they're not, they have a really hard time breaking out, and that's just what we're seeing once again. Not a single kill has been put on the board by Felix Gatabanda for like almost, I want to say like 8 of MLG Square Mosses.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't really need to, but I would have liked to have seen Moss given this sniper to Square Melon, considering that Moss has lost every single fight he's had with it. Not as in not lost the fight, but missed a sniping bullet every single time. He's somehow come out on top from every single fight. But what I did notice was when he went to chow that player up top sandbags that his teammate had died to, he switched from the sniper to his DMR because he knew that he was one shot. He didn't need to waste a sniper, and he was just being really efficient with those bullets. Let's just hope he could have been more efficient by actually hitting them next time.
Outcasted and Ninja. 9 and 7 deaths respectively. 1 and 2 for the side of MLG Square Moss. I mean, you just look at that 3 on the scoreboard. That hasn't changed for so long. There just hasn't been a point on the board. It'd almost be better if the opening was worse, because at least then a couple kills might have been getting got in that time. But it's just impossible to break out of this flank from Square Melon. He finds 1, he finds 2. Easiest kills of his life, not even down to half shields. Square Melon wiping the floor. He's 12-1 right now. He finally goes down. Ninja putting the first kill of like several minutes on the board for Felix Gatabanda. Outcasted follows that up, and this should be power item control in the hands of Felix Gatabanda. We'll have to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, that was a rough split spawn there for Felix Gatabanda, with Ninja spawning up back tower and then Outcast spawning over near blue. Sorry, green. But just couldn't quite make it happen. Outcast has managed to survive him. He did get implanted on the sniper rifle. He is one shot though, and he must know that Moss has gone for that camo because he seems to be picked up. Moss, he'll style on him. He'll make sure he survives. Let's see if he can take on Ninja. I don't know how happy I am about Ninja going for the one-on-one with the camo player, but he does manage to hit the sniper shot, so there was a chance that he could have made it happen. We are now, I mean, it's 22-6 at this point, Adam. Like, it's going to be very hard for a response to come out of here properly by Felix Gatabanda. And considering they lost control of those power weapons, that was probably their only chance of making something happen. Let's just hope they can close it up a little bit. One more kill is needed.
And what you even say in this situation, Ninja's even... Yeah, Ninja's just letting it happen there, I think. It's 25-6, like, what else are you going to say?
What else are you going to say? I mean, look at this.
Such a... It's, as soon as that happened, it's kind of... I'm not going to say it was curtains from that point onwards, but the momentum from that never really ended. Like, you see this situation here where they're just... You know, what is... I've got to ask, what is the game plan in that situation? What are they expecting to achieve? Because Melon can just walk around with camo with impunity. He's not going to struggle that much behind you. It's not like you're actually that difficult to spot. And you're not watching each other, so you're not going to be able to trade it out. It's not really a play. It's just a thing where you hide in the corner for a bit until they find you and kill you. And it feels like Felix Gatabanda, that's kind of the story of this whole series, map 1 and 3. And even that section of map 2, they just don't seem to have a plan for what to do when the enemy team is winning. They're very good at rolling that momentum when they have it. But they can't break out of it at all.
Look at this, kills fucking 4-14 for Ninja, and then 13-3 for Squaremelon, 12-3 for Moss. You could see there's a point midway through the game when Moss was like, let me hit the sniper, we're so far ahead, I want to make it happen. He got the sniper and then managed to claw up those final kills. So look at that scoreline. I mean, this has been such a swing from map 1 to map 2 to map 3. I wouldn't even be upset if I was Ninja and Outcast because you had such a strong performance in map number 2, but I want to see them do very well in the lower bracket, and I want to see hopefully another stream match later with Felix Gatubanda because they have performed very, very well indeed.
I mean, you would expect them to have a good run in map 2, but you also do have to think about the mental, the psychological damage that you inflict by losing 25-6 against a team that you just beat in the previous map. It's not as if this is an unassailable opponent. It's just that they completely ran you for your foams in that map. And now as we're we're progressing up to the bracket, it's going to be Squaremorse versus Goo Goo Gaga and ST2K versus OEX. A couple interesting matchups there. I'm not sure who will be hopping on board with next round, but we will be back to you with that matchup as soon as we are done with the break.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own
No
fight.
scope.
A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down on us, drown out the noise.
Killing
I'll
spree.
trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Watch me fall, broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please if these broken memories are enough to
Double
break
kick.
free. Will it fix us slowly?
Double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. Killing spree. Return to sender. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Reversal. No scope. Double kill.
will see that. Will be fun. Oh. Ah, no melee. What's going LR? LR tunnel out with repulse. He's one shot down. He's running away. He's going top gold. Ah, you're top gold. You can go front.
Pushing up. 20%. Shini. Take bite. Maybe I swear.
Okay.
That's one
I'm
up.
playing your side push. Keep that. I'll side push. Nice. Yes. No shin. Ici avance full, like I want just full quickly together. Okay, not east. Error tunnel for your rickshaw.
Hello and welcome back to the European Halo League Doubles Summer Showdown, whatever this tournament is called. We are getting back into it. We're going to be on with Gugu Gaga versus MLG Square Moss. We did just see MLG Square Moss taking down Felix Gatabanda in a pretty decisive fashion. And to see if they're planning on rotating that momentum into this next one. However, their opponents, Gugu Gaga, also defeated their opponents 110 ping in 2-0 fashion as well. So going to be probably a pretty close game here, although I think Sunrise and Bastos definitely have the advantage in terms of prestige, as Bastos is a player who's been qualifying for pool plays in international lands throughout the last main season of Halo Infinite, and Sunrise has been one of those top EU players for quite a while as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I was kind of equating that as well. Like, you have the vets versus the new blood. Square Melon being relatively new to like the super serious comm scene. Toss has been around, but maybe not as serious as Bastos. And unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with Sunrise, so I can't really give too much information on this individual. But regardless, it seems like these are some two stacked teams. And oh my goodness, Square Melon already running amok with the shock rifle on the Bastos is going to guarantee you another slay. But these are some interesting teams here. Both of them have been doing a great job in their brackets so far, playing together, doing their best to try to guarantee some slays. And it looks like Sunrise is not afraid to chow out, but Moss will punish him for being a little too over-aggressive there in that blue hallway.
Yeah, I think what we saw in the previous series of just the sheer aggression coming out of Square Moss in order to basically just beat the enemy team into submission and not give them a moment to recover. I think that's what we need to see from them against Gugu Gaga, because just the level of player on this team is so high, you just can't afford to give them a second to catch their breath.
It looks like a little bit of topsy-turvy for Moss and Sunrise. Both of them kind of ran past each other like ships in the night, haven't been able to find each other, but now reach out is occurring. Sunrise, though, might have a little bit of an overextension here, because there is a close teammate in Square Melon. Square Melon's going to guarantee one, and is looking to try to fight for Bastos as well. Both should have their shields, so the 1v1 will begin. Melon's doing his best to try to stay alive, but the cross map spawned by Sunrise is going to guarantee another slay and bring this game just a little bit closer. But a good start for Square Moss, 7-5 right now. They have the advantage, but Bastos and Sunrise, the veteran plays are coming through, and they're already pressuring these spawners, and both sides are in already a delayed spawn cycle.
Yeah, we can see here just trying to keep these spawns split from one another. Like, Bastos has managed to identify the positioning of Square Melon. They do take him down, but Moss will manage to clean up those two players anyway. So, not getting out of hand just yet. MLG Square Moss managing to fight back. However, the big lead that they got themselves at the start of this game has vanished pretty quickly. And with active camo coming up, we're going to have to see who manages to get their hands on it and who is going to have to deal with it.
It looks like Bastos managed to sneak away with that camouflage, and he's going for a rotation to try to find Moss. I apologize, Melon on this BR side. He's got eyes on Moss, but Moss doesn't have eyes on him. And the shots fired already for Bastos. He's going to sneak around the bottom mid of the map to try his best to stay alive and bait these players into his teammate of Sunrise. And it looks to have worked pretty decently, but both players are all alive on both teams. And a little bit of a pause here, but still a lead 3 now for Square Moss, but it's shortening ever so slightly as these fights continue.
Bastos, though, trades out with that camo and doesn't even get the kill. Actually, it was not a trade, it was just a camo kill for Square Melon. So once again, that camo getting into the hands of Guga Gaga, you expect them to maybe be able to go on a run with it. But Square Moss have done a very good job shutting that down. Though Melon just lets himself get caught out a little bit too exposed in that position. Moss now gonna have to try and stay alive with 2 enemy players running for him.
Spawn cycle has started once again. Now it looks like a cross map spawn for Square Melon, and now this is a really significant stagger right now for Square Moss. Go Gaga have an easy opportunity to start finding these slays, and luckily Moss does spawn relatively close, so he'll be around to assist Square Melon in staying alive. But Sunrise is going to deny the team assist coming through, and once again the hunt is on for the sole remaining player of Square Melon, and they're looking through every nook, cranny, and corner to try to find this player.
Sunrise just pushing through this back area, does get taken down though once again, and Moss is going to find 2, being the hero multiple times in a row now. Situations that should have been nice, clean collapses for Gugu Gaga, shut down by Moss, turning them into favourable fights for MLG. We're just about past the halfway point of this game, actually, depending on which team you're looking at. And Gugu Gaga, they've been keeping it close, but they've yet to overtake.
Indeed. A 2-kill lead still for Square Moss. Not everyone would be expecting this, but I think that the slay category is kind of reflecting what we do expect here at this point in the game. 9 for Bastos, 3 for Sunrise, 9 for Moss, and 5 for Square Melon. Ooh, and Bastos with a perfect on the Square Melon as well. Even though shots were fired, Bastos is going to pick up 2 to tie up the game. As Camouflage is coming up, 2 players down, this should be an easy camo pick for Go Gaga, and Square Moss are going to have a bit of a tough time trying to fight back into this. I'm expecting a lead change within the next few slays.
Yeah, and that's the risk you take going up against Bastos. He will just do that to you. Like, he's probably one of the most mechanically impressive new Halo players we've had. He just really doesn't miss shots. And as if to prove the point, he just takes down Moss as well. He's just a player who is extremely difficult to play against, and you kind of need to get 2 people shooting at him, because in a 1v1, you're going to lose it.
You can't let this player get a hold of you, because if he does, he's just going to keep cycling you and putting you back down. But Square Moss have a bit of a response to this. Tie it up once again. It's 6 minutes left on their clock, so we're at the halfway point, and we're about perfectly at halfway slays right now, maybe a little bit more. And, oh my goodness, Square Melon just gets picked over by 2 players, and another double kill, this time for Sunrise, to put him at 5, 9, and 9. That's a great execution by the side of Go Gaga to guarantee some slays and take back this lead. This has been an extremely contentious game, and not everyone would expect that considering the names on these, but this is kind of why I like these doubles matches, is because you see a few different teams form up, and right now it's still the Vets versus the New Bloods, and New Bloods are putting up a heck of a fight, but Vets just have a little bit more of the, what would you refer to it as, the framework for how they want to play this game.
Yeah, I think being on the same page about what you're going for is just so important in not only 2v2, but Halo in general. And we can just see that Gugu Gaga have kind of... It took them quite a long time to overtake, and they haven't taken the game by storm, but they have managed to stay in the lead ever since they took it. And they're looking to expand that now, up to 2 at the 20 kill mark. This is very recoverable for MLG Square Moss, but you really don't want to be down at this stage.
Yeah, with only 3 kills left for Go Gaga, that's only a couple team wipes, but they do bring it 1 closer, and it's 2v1 all of a sudden. You need to find your shields and find the slays on the Bastos. If you give him any amount of leeway or leverage, he's going to make you pay for it, and right now that seems to be exactly what he's trying to do. Staying alive, regains his shields, and now a double chow is going to come through. Sunrise should have the back of Moss. Moss should go down to Sunrise now, and Melon should be last alive, and the hunt is on once again for this last player. Sunrise is not aware of where this player is, but Square Melon is able to secure the slay. I would have expected Bastos to push through, but I can't blame him for prioritizing that camouflage instead.
Yeah, Bastos with camo at this stage is pretty terrifying. You almost guarantee he's going to be good for at least 1, and there you go. 1 more kill is required, and with Bastos having the camo, I don't think there's really any hope for Square Moss to evade him unless he just can't find them, which so far is looking like it might be the case, but whilst they're running away from Bastos, Sunrise manages to find a trade onto Moss. A pretty close game to get us started, though.
Yeah, I mean, Moss probably felt a little bit of that pressure. 1 slay left for the game to finish out, and you have a player right in front of you. You know there's a camouflage out and about. Sometimes that pressure will get to you, and you kind of just end up going for a trade instead of a full slay and risking it. But Regardless, a great game by Go Gagas. Back and forth between these two teams, like I said, but it looks like currently experience and treachery are going to take the game against youth and exuberance from the side of Square Moss. But still, we are looking at a game number 2 Slayer Origin for our next setup, and with Rockets and Snipe on the board, Square Melon could really find a way to start activating, utilizing that S7 or those Rockets, and same part of the course for Moss. And I want to take a look at the assist category as well. 1 assist for Moss and 7 for Square Melon. On the other side, 5 and 10. If they had a few more assists, I have no doubt Square Moss could have taken that game.
Yeah, and something interesting as well is that the kills feel a lot more easily distributed than we've seen in other games. Oftentimes it's one player really leading the charge, the other one racking up a lot of assists. This one, both teams have a player who's ahead in kills, obviously, but it's not quite to the same extreme as we've seen in some of the other games.
100% agreed. It was definitely not extreme. It was close the entire time. 17-7 at 550, and it just kind of edged out here for Go Gaga to take the lead. This camouflage was definitely an important factor in maintaining that lead off the back of this slay by Square Melon, because this camouflage guaranteed this slay on the Square Melon, and it also guaranteed a couple more slays, but still great plays by all players. I'm looking forward to seeing how our next match loads out.
Yeah, Origin Slayer. This is the one that we saw be a complete blowout in our first series of the day. Just rocket and sniper rifle control being so dominant. We haven't seen a sniper rifle in the hands of either of these teams just yet, but I think we don't really need to say it. Everyone in this lobby is a threat with that weapon, so you don't really want to give it up, but if you're not careful, you might spend too much time on the sniper rifle and someone else will sweep up the rockets.
Yeah, that is the risk that you take trying to prioritize a weapon, especially in a 2v2, where if one of you goes down, all of a sudden it's a 1v2, and that's rough enough in a 4v4 set, but when there's so many power weapons and there's nobody else in your team to try to help you contest these things, that could be the dagger in the back for a lot of these players if you lose out on either of these power weapons. So you want to try to guarantee both of them, along with whatever else equipment you can snag up on the map the entire time, and just find a way to rotate out through the slays. But we'll start off on the side of Square Melon, and it looks like we're going to see a double push towards that sniper rifle, which makes complete sense to me. It's the closest and easiest one to get to without putting yourself in harm's way.
Yeah, Bastos backs up there and does get taken down, and it's a very good start once again for Moss and Square Melon. It doesn't look like Melon is willing to book it straight across the map for that, but they're going to try and use this sniper rifle now to make sure the other team doesn't get the rockets, and you can see that Goo Goo Gaga isn't willing to risk throwing themselves at those rockets just yet. They want to try and find some kills first, but Moss has other ideas. He picks up one with the sniper, picks up a second as well, cleaning that up with the bandit, and soon he's going to have rockets and sniper rifle in his hands. He's actually going to ditch the 2-bullet sniper rifle in favor of the rockets. A very surprising play.
You know, I kind of understand that play, though, because when it comes down to it, you're playing against two very, very accurate players. I'd rather, but it punishes him regardless. I would much rather have the easy slays with the rockets instead of playing against players that are going to de-scope you the entire time, but it did come back to bite him in the butt, as you said previously. And right now, it's going to secure 2 slays, 3 slays off the back of that sniper rifle drop. Maybe it wasn't intentional. I'm wondering, maybe if he meant to drop his bandit, but it was too late. He was already being shouted out by Bastos and had to get rid of the sniper rifle regardless.
Yeah, I think the other thing that you could maybe say is that I think it's a sensible play, but the problem is you just left the sniper rifle in such an exposed position, and you're just kind of hoping that Sunrise and Bastos won't notice that it's there. Because you're not really equipped to contest it, or at least he wasn't positioned to contest it. I think if you use the sniper rifle as bait for those rockets, that could have worked out quite well because they went straight for it. But instead, he doesn't really use the sniper as bait or anything quite so risky. He just leaves it there and lets the other team take it.
That is completely fair. Maybe, yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that one, but right now, what I just noticed, it was a very veteran play there by Moss. He rotated around. New Sunrise is probably going to be on a rotation through the bottom mid-cycle, shot the nades to guarantee still some damage onto that player that was low shields, and then took him down with the finisher. And that has given them, once again, a very, very slight lead, and Sunrise is being pincered once again by 2 people. Bastos on the high side is going to guarantee a slay, and now it's going to be a trade. Bastos last alive on the map as sniper rifles coming up. This might be a bit of a punishing move by the side of MLG Square Moss.
Yeah, Bastos with the sniper is a very dangerous prospect, and I can't Can't imagine we're going to see him dropping it anytime soon. So he's just looking to pick someone up. Then again, he's sort of pinched here, actually, as those two players catching him in the crossfire, forcing Bastos off of his high ground position. Means he's going to have to maybe put his bandit to use just a little bit, but I think it might be rockets and sniper rifle now for Square Moss. Sorry, not Square Moss, for Goo Goo Gaga. It's going to be Square Moss who has to deal with them, and the scoreline is even. Still 3 bullets left in that sniper, and Bastos puts it to use, taking down that one. And as far as I'm aware, there should still be 2 rockets left for Sunrise.
It looks like he's trying to utilize those across the map. You might want to find a little bit of a player closer together for you. Let Bastos deal with those long players, and just like that, Moss is going to go down. The lead has changed over to the side of Goo Goo Gaga, and Square Melon has been picked out as well. And Bastos, just like anyone would ever assume, has activated off the back of the damage. He's going to pick up the Square Melon, and he's got 1 shot left to take care of the spawn. Moss, and he almost lines it up, but Moss has a little bit more ice and is able to take the slate, and might even be able to find another slate onto Sunrise if he doesn't stay alive.
Yeah, Moss does well to dodge that particular bullet. But even so, I was about to say even so, Goo Goo Gaga are in the lead, because I was assuming that Melon was not going to be able to survive in that situation, but instead, he actually completely shuts down that player. Fantastic shots from him. We're tied up at 12 to 12, and looking at our B stream as well, it's looking pretty... yeah, it's looking like a pretty close series. Map 2 of the SLG versus TK2 match has been tied once already, and therefore is being replayed. So we'll have to see who wins that when we get feedback. Meanwhile, though, it's an equally close game over on the side of Goo Goo Gaga versus Square Moss. Square Moss looking to find out.
I mean, this is just a perfect example of what technically correct Halo looks like, and it's something that I always kind of struggle with, is playing with your teammate the entire time. Slays, if we take a look at the assists and kills from the side of Goo Goo Gaga, it's 5-5, 7 and 8 in, well, I apologize, 5-3 and 7 and 2 for kills and assists, and on the other side 7-2, 6 and 2. And it just shows you that at this higher level, usually you don't want somebody to be outslaying by a severe amount if you're on the team, because both players are keeping this as close as possible, and it's working quite well. Oh my goodness, Bastos kind of just gave it up there and was just like, yep, alright, that's going to be a slay onto me. I'm just going to deal with it on the spawn cycle and spawn up with my teammate. But that was a lovely play with that thruster by Square Melon right there.
Yeah, we had a long impasse that tied up 12 to 12, but MLG Square Moss are the ones who managed to actually find something at the end of it, getting themselves a 3-kill lead. Looking over on our B stream. Oh, that's not our B stream, that's our replay. So we just get that once again. But Sunrise, after we're just saying how well Square Moss did, has these rockets now. It's a 2-kill lead, and these rockets will most likely be able to tie it up.
Sunrise has a player right in front of him he's not quite aware of. Bastos should... So this is where I like to see what like proper Halo looks like, and that's a lovely case, but it does not work out. Scrambling's going to take down Sunrise, that rocket not doing enough damage. But that was exactly what I want to see from players that utilize these rockets correctly and just play what some would consider perfect Halo. Is if you have the power weapon, it's not your job to be the first one into the door to guarantee the damage. Your job is to find the lead in the slay, and that's exactly what Bastos and Sunrise tried to do with this rocket, but it just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, Melon, they're not making the most use of that, but since they're already in the lead, having it off the map is probably preferable to having it potentially grabbable. Because Bastos trying to give him the wiggles, not quite good enough to avoid Moss. A 4-kill lead now for Square Moss. Pretty significant at this stage of the game. And speaking of significant leads, what was a very close game last time we checked in is now an 8-kill lead for TK2, and I think it's Shiesty on his team.
Yeah, it's Shiesty.
So yeah, so SLG staring down the barrel of losing map 2. I believe they did win map 1, so we might have a map 3 on our hands on the other side of the bracket.
You know, it makes me wonder a little bit. You have these players that are super experienced in the game, Bastos and Sunrise. I wonder if playing so much 4v4 kind of makes them lose out, because you always expect to have at least a couple teammates looking over the top of you, and if you don't, all of a sudden it turns into a very close match, and you don't have that help that you're used to having. As soon as one player goes down, you are completely on your own, and it looks like Bastos and Sunrise have both become, Bastos and SLG have both become maybe slight victims of that mentality when it comes to having extra teammates there to support you in your fights in 1v1s.
Well, speaking of someone becoming a victim, Square Melon gets the old rocket launcher jump scare there, and that's going to be enough actually to get Gugu Gaga back into the lead. It's not Gugu Gaga, it's Gogo Gaga. I've been reading that wrong the whole time. Anyway, that's not the point. Point is that Bastos has this sniper rifle, and he has enough bullets in it to close out this game and to close out this series.
I want to analyze Bastos's how he utilizes his sniper rifle, because like most people would expect, at this level, almost every single place he's looking at is around head level for the enemy players. If you look, he's just sitting there on the ramp, head level, looking for the next spawns up at head level, and now it's just slowed down a significant amount, because Gogo Gaga don't really need to do anything here. They can waste these next 3 minutes and 30 seconds and still take the win off of Slays alone. Oh, but Square Melon's been identified and should get cleaned up. There it is, another Slay going into the favor of Gogo Gaga, and Bastos trying to find Moss as well. He's been cut out. I don't know what was happening there, but it works out regardless. What a fadeaway shot by Bastos as well. 13, 4, and 11 now for this player, looking to pick up his 14th. This is about 13 reasons why they've been able to take this lead so far, is Bastos just with continuous slays and continuous damage onto the side of MLG Square Moss, and they haven't really found an answer quite yet. And if they don't, this is going to be a game, set, and series match for Gogo Gaga, and MLG Square Moss are going to find themselves in the lower bracket.
Yeah, another thing to highlight about the way that Bastos uses the sniper rifle is that he doesn't tend to look around while scoped in that often, not unless he actually has a specific target that he's looking for, which you can see he does now. But once he realizes there's not someone there, he stays unscoped until he's actually identified who he's looking at and where he's looking at, and then he usually scopes in. And I mean, I feel like every time we check in there, something bizarre is happening, because that is a 9-kill swing in favor of Team SLG. We've got 2 down to the wire games here on our hands. Tied up is MLG Square Moss versus Gogo Gaga, and tied up is Team SLG versus Team TK2. Both of them are on our hands, and I'm going cross-eyed trying to keep an eye on both.
21-22 to 22-21. There's so many. Everyone's getting just one extra slay to tie it up and bring it back into contention. But right now, 23 for 3 teams, 22 right now for the team that SLG is fighting, which I believe is TK2 and Shiesty. But now we're finally seeing the slays go into one favor, and these games might end out at the exact same time. As we continue out checking the look, only one more slay needed for Gogo Gaga to finish out their series, and only 2 more slays needed for SLG. And it looks like one more slay for each team now. I always like to say it, but a little bit of old age and treachery might be the finisher for both of these series.
Yeah, Square Melon trying to make sure Moss gets the senior kill. He's pinned down now. He's going to have to deal with 2 players at once, and he's got nowhere to go. Meanwhile, on the other side is still 24 to 23. SLG trying to hunt down this last kill. Can he find it? He's going to get chowed out from a different angle, though. He's lost that player that he was looking for. And it's going to be Bite. He's getting taken down, but he finds a trade at the same time and wins it out 24 to 25. Have we ever had the picture-in-picture view of 2 24-25 games at the same time?
I mean, that's definitely a first for me, but you know, it kind of makes sense to me at the end, because when it comes down to it, I mentioned before that maybe the SLG and Mighties, those pro players that are so used to having so much extra help, are just very much used to having that extra help, but they are also very used to being in a very, very temperamental state at the end game, and they always find that ice, and that's exactly what happened. Bastos and SLG's teams both found the ice at the last second, guaranteed the game, guaranteed the series. Well, maybe not. I think it was the series, yes, for both sides, and we'll be seeing them continue into that upper bracket. But SLG Square Moss, MLG Square Moss, I apologize, and I can't remember Team Shiesty's name, but they'll be going down to our lower bracket, and we'll probably see them continue to fight their way up. And honestly, with those games so close, I'd love to see ST2K and MLG Square Moss go up against each other.
Yeah, well, I'm personally got my eyes on our upper bracket final of OEX versus GoGo Gaga. Both of them looking very human right now. A lot more human than Mighties and SLG used to look in our EHL matches. I think these teams can both bleed, and I reckon we're going to have a banger on our hands for our winners final. And so we will be back after the break with winners finals.
We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock. We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock.
Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Come on. Killing spree. No scope. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe.
It's alright.
Double
I know
kill.
it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies.
Double
There's a
kill.
fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch you
Killing
fall.
spree.
'Cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be be the
Double
one you
kill.
call. It's alright, it's only human. When the feeling overcomes, like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human. When the feeling overrides,
Double kill.
going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. When it takes you through, it's only human.
Double kill.
I'll be the one you call. When I watch you fall. When it takes you through, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when I watch you fall. I know you wonder how it ends, so that your body can begin. Louder and louder, let it in. Building an army, baby, the voices they won't win. 'Cause there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch 'em fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch 'em fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human. When the feeling overcomes, like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human. When the feeling overrides, going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. When it takes you through, it's only human.
And welcome back, everybody, to our Summer Doubles tournament. And right now, our upper finals, Z Mighties and SLG versus Bastos and Sunrise. These two teams have battled it out to get all the way up here to our upper finals, and we're looking to see in this next best of three who's going to take it. You have myself, AC Canic, and Seal, and right now we're going to get this one started with, I believe this is SLG.
Yeah, I think normally, you know, I would say SLG and Mighty should be taking this one pretty comfortably. But both of these teams had a bit of a struggle in their round two, in their map two of the previous round. Both teams going to 24-25. I believe SLG and Mighty's actually had a reset in that game due to tying it already. So it should be a little bit of a battle here, but it's going to be SLG starting things off with the camo, and you can see how Bastos and Sunrise are respecting SLG's prowess and making sure that he's not going to find any easy kills on either of them. SLG just moving across the top mid here, getting some damage onto Bastos. Managing to find that kill as well, and it's a very hot start here for OEX. OEX, as a fun fact, was the name of that original SLG and I think Chick Quadrant roster that roster that ended up getting picked up by Quadrant right at the start of Halo Infinite. So kind of representing the old school naming conventions. I think they were playing under that name in Halo 5 as well. So you know, once there's no orgs to speak of, SLG brings back the classic. I have no idea what it stands for though.
I couldn't tell you either. It's been a hot second. And honestly, I didn't watch too much Halo 5, so I don't have much information. But right now, they are finding an extensive lead, 7-3 so far in this matchup. Z Mighty is looking for some assistance to try to take down Sunrise, but Sunrise has all the slays right now, and Bastos has died 5 times, and he still has 0 kills. 3 assists is good, That means every kill that Go Gaga have secured have been assisted in some fashion. But right now, it's definitely a bit of a struggle match. And finally, Bastos does secure 1 kill. He's going to look for his next, but he has been spotted out by that Threat Seeker. And he will take the Slay onto SLG, so it's a good start. I mentioned previously that maybe these players are used to having a little bit more extra assistance, having somebody come through and help them out a little bit more often, but I'm going to go with a different observation here and wonder if maybe they just are playing the game a little bit more slow, or these newer players who are coming in the offseason are finally having an opportunity to start playing this game as competitive as possible without being just kind of dumpstered by some of these more experienced teams.
I think that is a good point to highlight, is that when you look at the teams, usually we don't tend to see a huge amount of opportunity for anyone to really put a dent in SLG, Mighties, the teams that they tend to find themselves on, you know, our margin rosters they tend to be. They are often pretty invincible, to be honest, and I think in 4v4 that's often going to remain the case, because a lot of it just comes down to that team synergy. It comes down to knowing where to be on the map at all times with your 4 teammates, and it's very hard for anyone to really match the level of experience these players have at 4v4 when you consider the fact that these guys have that experience of doing it against the best in the world on a regular basis for several years. 2v2 is a little bit more different. That's not to say that these guys are strangers to 2v2, but they're also, you know, they haven't quite lived and breathed it for their entire adult lives either.
That's a fair point that you make with these players having so much game time on this game. I mean, it's a wonder that it's a wonder that so many people are able to put up a fight sometimes. But right now, it is a pretty significant battle between these two teams. 14-14 tied up, 8 minutes left on the clock, and already Bastos is sliding into guaranteed trade on the SLGs and Mighties in the 1v1 against Sunrise. Mighties will take it with a 5-shot perfect to guarantee not only the slay but also a little bit of a lead here as we continue out through this matchup. And real quick though, I want to highlight something interesting. The assists are tied but not at the same time.
That is quite interesting. See, just hit another 2 dead there. It was a big swing in favor of Go Gaga for a second. However, OEX have answered back in kind, re-establishing themselves into a 3-kill lead. Not as much of a lead as they had at one point, but still pretty strong. And you can see here that these players on Go Gaga, they always seem to be trying to bait the players on OEX into a trap, especially when they feel like they're on the back foot, trying to force the other team into a disadvantageous situation.
And it looks like just like that, it's going to be another trade-out slay. And 1v1 against Bastos, Z might as well take it for the double kill, give him the extended lead, pick up the thruster, and continue looking for that next spawning player. And if he had been there, like even a quarter of a second faster, he would have known Sunrise is there. But the information is there now. It looks like they're going to be doing their best to try to fight out of it. And Mighties should be able to sneak away as SOG sneaks away with that camouflage as well. That's a great execution by OEX to guarantee a lot of power weapons and a lot of map control and almost guarantee the slay on the Bastos, but not quite. But SOG is still sneaking around with that camouflage.
Yeah, 1 dead on either side, but SLG still living up, still moving around the map, looking to try and find himself something before this camo runs out. Checking all of his corners. You can just sort of see how these teams... It feels like there's a lot more respect on show from both these teams whenever we're looking at their points of view, and that's exactly why SLG should have won that fight every day to Sunday, but gets taken down. But Mighties comes in with the double kill in order to clean those up. 1 kill needed now for OEX, and it doesn't look like Go Gaga are going to be able to do a whole lot about it, as that kill will get found by SLG. Map 1 going convincingly in favor of OEX.
It was a very close game to start it out, but eventually OEX were just finding the slays and finding rotations on the spawning players. And I want to highlight, once again, I love highlighting stuff. It's my favorite thing, coloring inside the lines. But just the aggression on the side of OEX. As soon as damage was done, the other teammate was flying in to try to find the assist, and it worked out quite well. Double assists for Z Mighties against Sunrise. 3 assists each for SLG and Bastos. 15, 10, 11, and 7. That was just kind of a picture-perfect slay. And I do like that the kills on SLG and Mighties are the exact same as the deaths on Bastos and Sunrise. It's kind of just telling you who's winning their ones.
They are almost entirely, although Bastos did have a pretty nice 1v1 win to get himself off of the breadstick at the start of the game. Mighties and SLG just putting on the clinic for the most part. Sunrise, as a player, is someone who's definitely been around a lot, but I'm pretty sure he's retired like 3 times, as is honestly the case for most Halo players. You just can't seem to stay away no matter how many times you try to quit. But I do think that means he hasn't been playing the game maybe as much as these other guys who have still been, you know, actively competing on a regular basis. And in the case of, I think, at least SLG and Mighties, and possibly Bastos as well, also still engaging in these international tournaments. We'll have to see whether or not he can answer back, because he's still hitting his shots so far.
Everyone on the map dead for a quick second. Mighties and Bastos probably going to find themselves in a 1v1. That's exactly what happens. But Mighties does have a little bit more bullet time onto Bastos, so it's going to be a small stop, slay. But Camouflage is uncontested pickup for SLG, and Camouflage Sniper Rifle is still setting up top mid. Still a close match, but like you were mentioning, a lot of these players come out of retirement multiple times. It reminds me of when Formal came out of retirement. He started playing Halo Infinite, and he realized that at the core of the game, he still understood Halo and how it's played. And I think Halo is just one of those games that no matter how much you change up the formula, it's all going to look pretty darn similar. And Bastos is looking to find the formula under the spawner of SLG.
Yeah, it's kind of like, well, it's not exactly like riding a bike, obviously. You will get out of practice with it. If you're good at Halo, you'll always be pretty good at Halo. You're never going to get so washed that you end up being like plat or something. So, we'll see. And, you know, I don't think Sunrise has ever been plat. He's an extremely strong competitor. He wouldn't be teaming with Bastos if he wasn't. And speaking of Bastos, it looks like it is Gogo Gaga's turn to get off to a hot start in this game number 2.
I mean, everyone kind of starts somewhere. I guarantee that at one point, Sunrise or any of these players might have been a platinum in the beginning, but it's just practice on practice on practice, time on time on the game, mistakes, trying to and a little bit more of everything that you can manage. I started at plat, and I've made my way up to Onyx, almost 1800, so, I mean, we all start somewhere, but these players come up so quick and so fast that sometimes you don't even realize that they are down in the trenches with the rest of us because of how well they play now.
Yeah, that is true. There's some incredible players who I happen to know started out like gold, or maybe not lower than gold, but you know, when they first started, before they'd really gotten the hang of the game, and now they're, you know, some of the best players that I know. I'm not going to name any names just in case I don't want me to, but still. The point is that some of these guys really have sort of climbed up there just through passion and dedication, just finding something they really enjoy doing. And in the case of SLG Mighties, you know, they managed to make a career out of it, at least for a while. And by the time the next Halo game comes out too, I don't think these guys will have gone anywhere. It's just going to be a 5-kill lead for Gogo Gaga. Bastos still with this sniper rifle, looking to try and take down SLG, but isn't going to be able to do so. The goated snipes from Bastos earlier don't come through in this case. SLG manages to survive. Mighties even takes down Sunrise as well. That's going to be snipe control in the hands of OEX, and that lead that Gogo Gaga got up to at the start has shrunk a lot.
Indeed, it has. Also, only 3 kills difference between the two teams. Mighties is trying to find an opportunity, but Sunrise is just chowing back and not giving much of an opportunity. And Sunrise is on the rotation for the backup, and it looks like he's going to slow it down, play through the bottom mid side. I was expecting him to come up through A plat, but it looks like he's going to go through a bottom mid to try to meet up with his teammate Bastos and stay alive through the bottom side of the map. And working out pretty darn well, especially with one sniper rifle shot still in the chamber for Z Mighties.
3-kill lead for Gogo Gaga. We know, we've seen, especially in our, I think it was our round 2 matchup, how fast even a very large lead can disappear. And that 3-kill lead isn't looking quite so big. Mighties has the sniper rifle, but he doesn't manage to connect with the head. But Bastos is pinned down, and can he win this 1v1? No, SLG will find that kill onto Bastos, and Sunrise is left to scuttle away, trying to play his life. 2-kill lead now for OEX, for Gogo Gaga over OEX, sorry. And interestingly though, they don't manage to track down Sunrise, so we're not looking at a spawn cycle situation just yet.
I mean, such a fast rotation from Sunrise. I understand why they weren't able to track him down, because he was immediately on the entire other side of the map. You can move so fast in this game that it's frankly sometimes ridiculous how fast I see players hit a rotation. The amount of times I've lost a player because I think, oh, okay, they should just be around the corner, and by the time I'm around the corner, they're already on the other side of the map. It's just kind of just part of the course for players at this level. They don't give up anything. They just keep on with the pressure the entire time. Speaking of pressure, Z-Mighties is finding a lot of pressure from Bastos on the low side, and Sunrise will pick that one up, and Bastos will be able to sneak away with the camouflage as well. And now he's looking to hunt down SLG, who's looking to try to hunt down Sunrise, but it looks like both teams are going to give up on that. But Sunrise is also going to give up the sniper rifle into the hands of Bastos with this camouflage. This is a deadly combo for any player in this lobby.
Yeah, snipe camo combo in the hands of Bastos. But he's just about managed not to find these two players. Finally has. Looked like they were gonna keep walking round in circles around that pillar for a while. But Bastos does find them, and we're back up to a 6-kill lead now. He still has a bullet left, which I'm sure he will be eager to put to use. But it's looking very good right now for GoGoGaga, and very good for our prospects of seeing a Game 3. As that trade does come through as well. Obviously a favourable trade for GoGoGaga when they are 6 kills up. Mighties and SLG still struggling to find an answer in our game number 2.
6 kills, 6 minutes, and every score right now is a multiplicative of 6, barring that one slay just now by SLG. So it looks like it'll stay close, but only 3-ish team slays stand before the OEX and lead. If we find an opportunity here, one melee on a Bastos along with a grenade from the grave, this is going to be a good start, but a trade out isn't quite the cookie cutter recipe that you'd want to try to find this win, because it's still a 5-kill lead for GoGoGaga with only 5:30 left. This game's getting a little bit contentious, but both these teams are being very, very respectful. Seal, I mean, we can see it go either way. What do you think so far?
I think OEX have the capability of closing this lead. We saw them do it earlier when there was a big lead at the start here for GoGoGaga, and then suddenly that lead seemed to all but disappear within the blink of an eye. However, I don't think GoGoGaga are gonna let their foot off the gas quite enough to allow this 5-kill lead to shrink back down. There's 5 minutes left in this game. It could end up going to time, but that seems very unlikely at the moment. However, both teams are so respectful of one another.
And if this is going to go to time, it's going to be 2 kills per minute for OEX, and on the other side, it's only 1 kill per minute for GoGoGaga, and that should definitely be an option. But with camouflage and sniper rifle coming up, and it looks like a double stack sniper rifle, Mighty's trying to look for this one. Both of them step inside of the chamber. Bastos, though, is all the way down below. He's not going to be around to assist with these slays. And the hunt is on now for this camouflage player, but they seem to have lost him. No, not quite. Mighty's pinging like his life depends on it, which honestly, it just might continue the scoreline. Ooh, but SLG's with that headshot to the back of Sunrise is going to be a bit of a push. And Bastos going down as well. No, it was everything you needed if you were GoGoGaga, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, only 2 kills now separate these two teams. And I think something I do love about Halo is occasionally you have like a bell curve of what kind of player is going to make a certain play. Like if you ask me who's going to sit 2 people inside the vent on live fire ready to bait a sniper rifle, your answer is either like a gold player or pros. Like there's not really any in between for who's going to decide to do that. And you know, in this case it was the pros who, and they pulled off a great play to ambush Sunrise. Caught them with the green gun, but it didn't matter because there were actually 2 guys inside each other like a Russian doll, catching them off guard. But even so, GoGoGaga, have managed to keep themselves a couple kills ahead, even with that sniper rifle going out of their favor. But we're closing in on a potentially very close end to map 2.
I mean, it is, like you said, very, very close. Only 2 slays now in difference as opposed to 6 slays previously. And that looks like I was about right. 1 slay per minute as we hit the 3-minute mark for the side of GoGoGaga. Around 2 slays per minute for the side of OEX. Oh, but Sunrise just baited straight into the waiting hands of OEX and gives up the lead for a tie at the 2-minute 45 mark. This is looking to be a little bit rough. OEX have an opportunity now to take the lead and take this series away from GoGoGaga. I've heard the phrase before, but snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It looks like to be the case for Gogo Gaga if they don't lock in here and now.
23-23. This isn't the first time we've seen either of these teams in this situation. Both of them managed to win their respective 25-24s in the previous round, but only one of them can win it this time. We are all tied up. 1 kill is all that is required to close it out for either team.
Kill indeed. In Sunrise, the fight's happening on the lower pillar side. Somebody should be able to come through, but no, SOG with a perfect nade. Mighty's was behind him to give the assist to take game number 1 and give OEX the lead. Game number 2, I apologize. Give OEX the lead and the series. And we'll be seeing this team in our grand finals. Gogo Gaga are going to have to fight through the lower bracket to come back into this one if I'm reading everything correctly. But wow, what a game between these two. So close, yet so far.
Yeah, our last 2 series have both been like this. That incredibly close map 2 coming down to the wire. I don't know if we've ever seen 3 1-game, 1-kill Slayers in a row in a tournament that I've been casting before. I suppose every map in a 2v2 is a Slayer, so your odds of getting them are higher. But still, what an incredible round.
An incredible round indeed. Sorry, I was fiddling with my mic a little bit, but yes, back and forth, as we stated previously, it was such a lower play from the side of OEX. They're having a bit of a struggle in that mid-match timer, but they found the answers, found the slays, and found the way to guarantee it. And it was just good Halo at the end of the day. That's all it comes down to, is playing your team, playing together, finding the slays, finding the kills you need to extend your lead, and that's exactly what happened. They brought it back from what was a 6-kill deficit into a game-winning trade underneath that lower pillar side over on B.
Yeah, the players on Gogo Gaga gotta be kicking themselves at how they let this one slip through their fingers. They were so far ahead at one point, down to that 24-24, and unfortunately Sunrise just kind of gets caught acting unwise over in pillars, running on his own. Not a care in the world, gets himself into a very bad spot and does not manage to escape. A 2-0 win for OEX. Didn't feel like a 2-0, but we'll be back after our break with the lower bracket, and we'll see who's going to be joining OEX in the grand finals.
Double kill.
I'm tired of hollow hearts. I'm tired of fixing scars that don't belong to me.
Double kill.
You're all I need. I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fall. Standing on the edge of the end of it all. Tether me to reality. I feel it in my body. It's you. When the world is falling apart, I only need you. I'll be waiting.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Double kill.
I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fall. Standing on the edge of the end of it all. Tether me to reality. I feel it in my body. It's you. When the world is falling apart, I only need you. I'll be waiting.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Perfect.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it. Made it. Made it.
Double kill.
too much. So long, but don't stop to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worry enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it. Made it, yeah. You made it.
Double kill. Perfect. Double kill.
Can't keep my head on my shoulder. It's like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the
Double
wall.
kill.
Like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, try to escape your poison, and I hate that I'm missing mistake. I'm telling it goes, but I don't wanna run away.
No scope. Killing spree.
I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game,
Double kill.
can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Killing spree.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. Just remember, it's the heat from my heart beating next to mine. I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm
Double kill.
in the light.
Killing spree.
Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. the deep abyss. So good, stay off my radar, cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. My hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living.
Kick. Reverse. Double kick. Double kill.
Waiting
Snipe.
better days, but I'm not giving up hope just yet. This stillness is just a phase. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over.
Double
In a
kill.
sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. All comes crashing
Snipe.
down on us. Stand your ground. Faith is something
kill.
that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us. Crashing down.
Killing. Friends. Double kick. Double kill.
Vision
Double
is
kill.
clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel
Double
so
kill.
secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to
No
keep
scope.
my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a
No
sense,
scope.
in summer rays, we come back swinging. All comes crashing down on us. Stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us.
Double kill.
Crashing down.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Double kill.
know you said stay out of this shit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'd never be happy. I'm not
Wandering in his place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how
Hello and welcome back to the European Halo League Doubles Summer Tournament. We're back with our losers semi-finals. It's been a bit of a break, but we're kicking things back off with Twizzy Rich versus STK2. Getting all the names wrong today, but the point is it's going to be Shiesty and TK2 versus Suspense and Tuxie. These two teams did match up in the winners bracket. It was a 2-0 win to STK2, so we'll have to see if they can replicate their success. But off the rip, in our game number 1, it is going to be Twizzy Rich that strikes first.
Strikes first, but looks like they're maintaining the dominancy so far. Came up in 2 seconds. And like you mentioned, we did see these two players go up against each other, and it was a 2-0 to ST2K. I don't know. There's numbers and letters and letters and numbers.
Shiesty and TK2.
Yeah. I don't know. TK2. Yeah. It could go either way, but regardless, it looks like Twizzy Rich are kind of on a revenge tour so far. They've brought themselves back into this bracket, and so far it's a 5-0 lead for Suspense and Tuxie. I feel like they didn't like how that first series went. So far they're just running and gunning and tracking down these players with this camouflage.
Yeah, Suspense with this camo is a dangerous beast. I saw this team actually when I was looking at who was signed up, and I thought that's a team that's going to be a serious threat. I was kind of surprised when we didn't really see them at all during our winners bracket run. Not to say that I was surprised to see the other teams that did well in that run, but I wasn't expecting to see them go down as fast as they did. I suppose they got maybe a little bit unfortunate matching up with STK2 so early in the bracket, but well, as you mentioned, they're certainly looking to answer back for it now. 5-kill lead off the rip. Carbine in the hands of Tuxie. Suspense and Tuxie, two players that have played together quite a lot. They played the previous Stoke clan and got 2nd place. So very, very dangerous together. They're going to be looking to try and use that chemistry that they built playing for, I think it was Lumen on Ember, as they're going into this 2v2 tournament.
Now, sometimes I forget how many players are actually involved. Some significant names in terms of community, because playing for Luminon is just such an awesome opportunity, and these guys are really showcasing exactly why they had that opportunity. 10 kills already. It was Suspense and Tuxie, correct? I want to make sure I'm not getting things confused.
Yeah, Suspense and Tuxie, although to be fair, they actually did play with TK2 on Lumen on Ember as well. So, he matching up against some of his teammates. I don't think Shiesty was on that team. Shiesty's a very solid player overall. Has been around for a long time, actually. I didn't know this until a few weeks ago. But Shiesty, I think, if I remember correctly, I might be misremembering this, started competing in Halo 4. So has been knocking around for absolutely ages, and you know that someone has max passion if they started in Halo 4, because that was certainly one of the Halo games of all time when it comes to the competitive scene. No shade to the campaign, though, it's goated. And so it just goes to show how Shiesty's got that experience that he's bringing to this roster.
Don't talk too much shade on Halo 4. That was when I first started getting clips as well, actually, believe it or not. I was a little bit of a Halo 4 kid back in the day. But regardless of what game you started in, Shiesty and everyone on this map are deserve to be here. And they're doing so... Oh my goodness, Shiesty. What in the world was that? These players really deserve to be here. They've been fighting tooth and nail to maintain a bit of a competitive edge in Halo Infinite, Halo 4, Halo 5. It doesn't matter what game it is, but the passion's always been there for a lot of these players, and I'm loving to see the passion continue out in our semi-weird off-season or off-year for Halo Infinite, because they have, if not maintained their competitive spirit, they've almost increased it, because some of these players have been playing extremely aggressive and extremely clean, and that's a perfect example right there of what I'm talking about with that nasty jiggles from TK2, even though they were nerfed about a year ago.
Yeah, just the level of competition really is very different in the sort of international scale, I think. But in terms of our European side of things, I think the top teams and top players haven't changed that much. There's definitely some notable people that we're missing, obviously, from these tournaments that maybe would have been signed up back when we were still having HCS Opens and the like. But I feel like we still just have a lot of these top players. I mean, everyone in this lobby was someone who you'd be expecting to win basically any tournament. This match right here could have been 2 years ago or today, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see these teams being the ones that fall.
100% agree with that. These players have just found their passion and kind of just stuck with it, and I'm loving watching these players go at it no matter what level of Halo it is. And right now, I think we can try to lock into this game, but even then, if we had locked in 30 kills ago, it would have been the exact same series. Anyways, 7 minutes left, 15-15. We're exactly at the halfway mark as this camouflage is coming up. And right now, Tuxie and Suspense are trying to play out for this one. TK2 has been identified, but Suspense is sneaking away with that camo, and Tuxie is going to sneak away with a cheeky little double kill to give his team the lead on this opening break at the halfway point.
Yeah, Twizzy Rich started out well, lost their lead, but have managed to get themselves back up into it. And it was a Suspense camo that began this game for them. It might be a Suspense camo that they'll be looking to finish it. Well, not finish it just yet, but to get themselves back into that dominant position. But he just can't seem to find anyone. It looks like both of the players, or certainly one of the players on STK2 is hiding out in oh, there he is. I was just going to say, I could see through walls and even I can't find them, and TK2 finds a ninja onto Tuxie and also gets stuck at the same time. A very good job by him to trade out in that situation. as finally spawns have come up on the map, and STK2 have done a phenomenal job of just avoiding that camo player for so long that it's run out and got no value.
And it was a great play by Shiesty and TK2 to mitigate the value of that camouflage. And I like that they kind of split spawn, but they stayed split regardless, because if the camouflage had found either one of them, instead of guaranteeing 2 slays, it would have been a guaranteed 1v1, and you might have still been able to sneak away with a slay. And it seems to have semi-worked out for these players. Oh, but Shiesty's going to get bounced back by Suspense, and how many grenades are you going to see explode all at the same time? TK2, what a trade from Suspense for the killing spree. 15, 0, and 9 so far, so no assists necessary, only all the slays, and that's given them a bit of an advantage in this matchup. And I think last time we saw STK2 take a 2-0 series. Twizzy Rich are looking to reverse that, and off the back of Suspense at 17, that seems to be the exact scenario.
5 minutes remain.
Only 1 kill now required for Twizzy Rich. I don't think STK2 are going to be able to come back in this game. Not to say that it's completely impossible, but with that player down to 1 shot now, Suspense is shooting the wrong guy, but eventually he figures out what he's looking at. And that is going to be a pretty convincing Game 1 victory for Twizzy Rich. As you said, flipping the script from earlier in the tournament, making sure that they're not going to go out too sad. However, STK2 did defeat them 2-0 earlier. A reverse sweep is not off the table.
I would like to highlight that Streets Slayer was game number 2 last time these players fought each other. So Suspense and Tuxie taking this one is not a case of new map, new game. It's the same map in the inverse. And TK2 says he's playing Halo 3. Don't know what that quite means, but somebody else has a little bit of more time behind the sticks than me might know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's... I mean, apparently Suspense... There's no way that's actually what Suspense is playing right now. But,
I'm wondering
TK2,
if maybe, like... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, TK2, maybe he's not sprinting or something. I'm not sure what he means by that. But it could be the case that he's also playing in, like, 78 FOV for some reason.
Whatever, that was, what did it say, 1, 2, 2, 78 FOV? That's a very odd settings bracket to hold on to. But hey, if you're having fun, you're having fun. I don't think anybody can judge that. But take a look at a bracket. MLG Moss did take the win against 2 guys, so they're going to be in our lower semis, and they're going to, it's whoever takes this one, Twizzy Rich versus STK2, are going to meet them in our lower semis to move into our lower finals to finally decide who goes back into our grand finals against oh my goodness, OEX? Yeah, OEX. But right now, we're still sticking around here. Twizzy Rich trying to start the comeback against STK2.
Yeah, after the incredibly close winners semi-final matches we saw, I would really like to see STK2 go up against MLG Square Moss. But on the flip side, I'm kind of here for the Twizzy Rich comeback arc. I think seeing these guys managing to take that map 1 after going down early in the winners bracket, they could be onto a bit of a run here, especially since Suspense and Tuxie are 2 players with a very high ceiling.
Agreed. These players, I mean, every single time I play up against either TK2, Shiesty, or Tuxie, or Suspense, I know I need a lock-in, because if I don't, I'm going to be on the receiving side of a bit of a can of WA, if you know that reference. But Live Fire Slayer, our next matchup, we did not see this one last time. It would have been game number 3, so this is finally a case of new map for these 2 players, for these 2 teams to go up against each other in. And I'm looking forward to seeing who takes it. Is it going to be another TK2 win off the back of their lower bracket, their upper bracket games against this team? Or is Suspense and Tuxie going to lock this one in and put TK2 out of the series and out of the brackets for good on our lower finals?
Yeah, Suspense here, just tossing grenades down range, but it does look like TK2 scoops up that sniper rifle. Just to stay alive with it so far. A big trade from Suspense and Shiesty, but Cammy has the sniper rifle and he's looking top mid, trying to find a victim.
Sniper and repulse as well, so he could wait and bait and do whatever he needs. But with the camouflage coming in 2 seconds and you're all the way across the map, that would be a free camo grab for Suspense and Tuxie, and it looks like it's going to be maybe not the case entirely, because Shiesty is battling it out against this camo player and will take down that camo player, deny any advantage that camouflage could have given. And now the hunt is on once again for Tuxie, who's rotating through the bottom side of the map and has acquired a spawn for Suspense very close by. So now we're back into a 2v2 situation with 2 shots of sniper left. TK2 is 2s, 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 2s. But right now, it's TK2 back to the respawn screen.
Some rare misses there from TK2. Not managing to connect with any of those sniper bullets. And that's taken a situation that should have been momentum swinging in favor of STK2. And instead, it's very, very even. Suspense and Tuxie, though, looking to hunt down these players. They're all grouped up bottom mid, and they're getting pinched from both directions. So much damage coming down here, and it's going to be a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Twizzly Rich.
I mean, just a great execution by these two players to guarantee some slays. 2 kills for each, Suspense and Tuxie. 2 assists for Suspense as well. So half the slays have been assisted. Half of them have just been for each player. They're playing really well together right now, and TK2 is going to find out the hard way. Oh my goodness, what a recoil by Tuxie. Trying to find these players. One will go down. Might be time for number 2, but nobody's been able to find these slays so far. And Tuxie's just going to hit the back button a little bit, wait for his teammates to spawn up and guarantee it, because he doesn't need to be aggressive here while they're maintaining this lead.
Yeah, TK2 smells blood in the water. He got a player down one shot. Thinks that maybe they'll peek back out on the bottom mid, but that's not what happens. Instead, they rotate back around. But TK2 does a very good job of managing to trade out in a 1v2. A very important trade there to make sure numbers on the map aren't too out of favor when it comes to these power items coming up. Suspense is looking to camp them, but is forced to back down by the 2 players on A flat. Manages to find TK2. It's a 1v1, but both players back down. TK2 eventually gets caught out by Tuxie.
Tuxie's on the advantage, and will take the camouflage slay onto Shiesty, giving them once again a small lead. 3 kills so far, 8 and 5 with the sniper rifle up, and Tuxie has all the tools in the toolbox necessary for him to get some slays and extend this lead. But right now, TK2 and Shiesty are playing slow, and they're playing it safe, and I can't blame them. You never want to give up slays, especially when you're in a 2v2, especially when you're losing.
Tuxie manages to find that bullet with the sniper rifle, but he's got camo and snipe here, and he's just standing still in one location. I'd like to see him moving around a little bit, trying to find a angle to someone. And he will eventually manage to find that. Shows what I know is eventually that player does push into that position where he can get taken out. Tuxie now has another victim in his sights, doesn't quite manage to connect. 1 bullet left against these 2 players, but the grenades from TK2 will bring him down. It's going to be a suspense falling as well. 3-kill lead for Twizzy Rich, but they're going to be the ones coming off spawn, and TK2 and Shiesty might be looking to collapse on them.
The taller you are, the harder you fall, and right now a great double execution by Shiesty and Kami are going to guarantee a little bit of a closer match now. This lead has shortened from double lead to only 3 slays, 1.5 team kills to go through it, and they have a few good tools in this toolbox, as much as you can, while the camouflage and sniper rifle are on the spawn cycle. And with this repulse and the pistol, and now finally some information for TK2, and Shiesty's looking to try to assist through this one. It's been a very, very slow match. Both teams very, very respectful of each other. And Seal, I mean, who do you think is going to take this one, and who do you think is going to be the MVP? Because right now it's looking to be Tuxie, but it can go either way this way.
I think Twizzy Rich are looking very much on form to try and sweep this series in the same manner that they were swept previously. However, STK2 are roaring back into it. Only a 2-kill game now, as TK2 himself looking to take down Suspense. He's actually going to back up, probably looking to make sure he's still alive and in position when the sniper rifle comes up. He didn't manage to put it to use at the start of the game. He was looking to try and rectify that, but instead he gets double shelled by both members of the other team. Great timing from them to catch him out in the open, and Suspense is going to scoop up that camo, and he's going to get away with it.
I mean, sometimes playing it a little bit close to the chest is never a bad idea, and right now Tuxie is he doesn't care about the slay lead he has. He doesn't need MVP right now. He just wants the win, and right now with a sniper rifle camouflage in the hands of Suspense, it could be just what the doctor ordered. TK2 and Shiesty are playing this one slow as well, and I'm finding it interesting how often I'm seeing these players not move around with this camouflage, because while movement, it's a little bit easier to find that camouflage, it also can guarantee so much more information and so much more damage if you play it close. And right now, Suspense is finally starting to activate one no-scope, and Shiesty playing his life down through the bottom mid of jail side, going out through green for his spawning teammate. It's a great play, and Suspense and Tuxie are kind of left trying to find where these players snuck away.
I think something interesting about the play that's a really good stick for Shiesty is he does choose to use a sniper bullet in a situation he probably didn't need to. But what he guarantees by using that sniper bullet is that there is no melee trade. That player does not have any opportunity to trade. If he goes for the bandit shot, he needs to hit the head. And if he misses, then he's going to get brought down to one shot. That slows down his potential to aggress afterwards. Doesn't end up mattering that much because the stick comes in and takes him down in a trade just later on. But still, it's interesting to see where his head was at, how he's prioritizing his shield over his ammo.
It's always a great execution. Prioritize everything you can. What a nade from Tuxie. Most players would probably drop that nade on the left-hand side, but he reverses it, throws it the correct direction. That player's retreating through and guarantees the slay, but right now, might have been a little soon on the trigger for TK2. Maybe if he played a little slower, he does guarantee a trade. But if you played a little slower, had a little bit more trigger discipline, you might have been able to find a way to guarantee a couple slays instead of just a trade out. Because right now, trade outs are only what Twizzy Rich need. And if you're on the side of TK2 and Shiesty, you're going to want to try to find some uncontested slays as opposed to trade outs.
Yeah, Twizzy Rich here doing a very good job of making sure they aren't giving away any untraded kills. This lead has been sat at 4 for quite a while now, and even though we've seen good plays from STK2, it doesn't seem to matter because these trades keep coming in. The player's doing a very good job of making sure that every time one of them is about to go down, the other one is there to clean it up. That's exactly what you want to see when you're watching 2v2.
Exactly what TK2 doesn't want is to give up this camouflage, but that's exactly what they're going to do. I'm noticing this quite a bit. A lot of these teams are slowly dropping down off the back of the power weapon and power item spawns, and that's not what you want. If you trade out in the midst of the fight for them, it might be acceptable, but leaving your teammate in a 1v2 to try to find these power weapons and power items isn't going to be any benefit at all for your team. And just like that, a 7-kill lead for Twizzy Rich. TK2 are staring at the barrel of a loss and a drop out of the tournament entirely if they don't find a way to lock this in, because there's only 2 more team slays needed for Twizzy Rich to lock this in, and with the camo snipe and Suspense putting in the work, it looks like we might be finding the endpoint pretty darn soon.
Yeah, I'd like to get Suspense's point of view here when he has camo and sniper rifle. We are just currently on board with Tuxie. He's been playing very well. Suspense goes down, so it's going to be up to Tuxie to try and trade out in that situation. Doesn't manage to do so. And this might be STK2's one real opportunity to get back into this game. If they go 2 down again, it's only 1 more required. And at that point, I think we can say safely say it's basically curtains. So we really need to see a good spawn cycle here, but TK2 is going to fall first, and that just puts Shiesty in an awful position where he has to either make a hero play or stay alive and just hope that things don't get worse in the meantime.
Kind of just went exactly how I was expecting, not gonna lie. A beautiful trade out and double kill from Suspense to guarantee the series, bring them back up into our upper finals. Wow, what a revenge tour by Twizzy Rich onto STK2. They just found a way to start making things work, and sometimes that's always fun to see a team that went down lower in our brackets to have a bit of a turnaround in our later matches. Just shows you that you can learn how to play a little bit better Halo as the matches continue very, very quickly, and that's a great example of it right there.
Yeah, 2 very convincing wins there in both maps. Twizzy Rich looking very poised to take on Gogo Gaga in the elimination. Never mind, they've got MLG Square Moss to go through next, sorry. But they are looking very poised to take them down and try and get their way into that elimination final where they will have to fight Gogo Gaga in order to reach the grand finals. But before we get to that, we're going to go to a quick break whilst we get the next series ready and set up. Shouldn't be too long of one this time, and we'll be back with you shortly.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight, like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight, a push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Double kill.
Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces?
No scope.
Can you see
Double
me
kill.
bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Double kill. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Killing friends. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. Killing spree. Return to sender.
And welcome back, everybody, to our summer doubles. As we move into, this is a fantastic matchup. It is going to be MLG Square Moss versus Twizzy Rich in our semi-lower bracket finals, round number 5 between these two teams on Origin. Starting it out once again, and of course it's myself, AC Canic, and Seal on the casting desk. Looking forward to seeing how this match locks in for these two. Twizzy Rich on the revenge streak against STK2, moving into our finals against MLG Square Moss, who are on a bit of a revenge streak themselves. Seal, what do you think?
I think that Twizzy Rich looked like they were a team on a mission in our previous match. They made pretty light work of STK2, a team that looked very good, even against OEX in the I think it was the winners semis. So if they can make that happen against a team as strong as STK2, I see no reason why they also can't make it happen against Square Moss. But they're gonna have to get through Square Melon with the sniper rifle before they have any chance of doing so.
No, Tuxie and Suspense are doing a great job of trying to play around, but no! Square Melon takes down Suspense with the no-scope headshot, and that gives even more of an opportunity to try to find these rockets that are coming pretty soon. Moss on the activation, trying to find the damage on the Tuxie, which he will secure, but Suspense is looking around for these rockets. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to grab them with one shot left for Square Melon to utilize for this S7.
I think Melon has taken it upon himself to try and deny that rocket grab, but he's actually not going to succeed. And both him and Moss both go down. Suspense picks up these rockets, and even though it's a 1-kill lead for Square Moss, the lack of ability to contest those rockets might come back to bite them. Because you really don't want to let this team get 2 free kills on you with the opportunity of potentially cycling them into an even greater lead.
Did you see that trick jump by Suspense just now? I did not know that was an option.
Me neither.
Dude, these players always do something that just blows my mind every single time I watch them play, and that's a perfect example of no matter how much you play this game. I just reached 1,500 hours. You don't know everything, and there's always somebody finding something new, and Suspense right now is not only finding something new, they're also going to find the lead off the back of what was a pretty fantastic break by Square Moss, and they're looking to keep pressuring these spawners as well in the backside of Blue Base.
I'm also really glad that they managed to find those kills, because otherwise we would not be letting those 2 rockets from Suspense go quite as easily. Because neither of them were in any approximation where they were supposed to be hitting in order to kill anybody. But I'm sure the architects of Origin did feel the pain as the building was struck. However, we did just see an even fight go down, both players dying on both teams, and everyone spawned up just in time to find out this.
Square Melon's taken some map control over here on the Brian Noob corner, looking to keep trying to find a way, but Tuxie's going to get the secure grenade onto Moss. Suspense, though, is going to get caught out, but he will not be caught out in any way, I guess, because he's going to secure that slay. That was a bit of a thread the needle moment from Suspense, and I love to see it. Now Tuxie and Suspense have the sniper rifle, and they're looking to try to find these rockets as Moss and Square Melon are coming up off their spawn cycles. Every single one of the players, ooh, he sneaks away uncontested with the rockets. Every single one of these players are extremely good with any of these power weapons.
Yeah, I mean, not a single point of damage dealt to Suspense on that rocket grab, and I think it just goes to show how sometimes you just got to be audacious about going for these power items. You've got to not have too much respect. At the start of this game, we saw Melon and Moss trying to play this kind of super positional game to deny the rockets. It just doesn't work because you just don't have enough guns for it, I don't think. Whereas, you know, when Suspense and Tuxie want to get these rockets, they just run and grab them.
What a play by Moss. It was a good job to stay and wait for this player to come through. Unfortunately, the rocket did secure the slay, but it is still a small lead for Twizzy Rich right now, extending their lead to 4 as the match continues on, and Square Melon and Moss are looking to try to find a way to cut at least one of these players off, because Tuxie still has the sniper rifle, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's out of ammo, but Moss is going to have the back of Tuxie. He's going to get pushed out, and that's a perfect execution by Square Melon on Moss. I wonder if that was done intentionally. They knew how they were going to go for the rotations in the slays, because that guaranteed 2 slays for Team Square Moss.
Yeah, you'd have rathered Moss not die in that situation, but they did clean up the kill brought it within 3. Now Tuxie's kind of trapped in this cage. He's taking a lot of damage. He's forced to back down. Square Melon pushes through. Tries to get it, but Tuxie improbably actually manages to trade in that 1v2. Absolutely pinned down, and Melon maybe just needs to be a little bit more patient there. You really can't be giving up those deaths when you're already behind.
Yeah, you had a little bit of all the time in the world to guarantee that slay with both your teammates there and around to help you fight. Maybe if somebody had rotated around a little bit quicker, it would have been easier to guarantee it. But with Rocket and Snipes coming up in the next 5 seconds, nobody. Oh, suspense goes down. I was just about to say you need to stay alive for these power-ups to come up because Tuxie is going to also in a 1v2 and he's going to try to throw that snipe off the map. It's not going to work out. Suspense will clean up on the damage though. It's going to be a 1v1 between Square Melon and Suspense to figure out who gets this sniper rifle, but Tuxie has spawned close by as well.
Now they're looking to back down, scuttle away down into the bottom mid, but finds himself face to face with Tuxie. He's putting down enough damage to keep him low. A trade comes out over in the red cave as Melon just hides away, tucked into this corner. Now still trying to keep an eye on those rockets, but there's actually nobody in a position to pick them up, which makes me a little bit worried for Melon's back, because there should be someone behind him if there's no one in front.
And just like that, one slay goes down, Moss in the 1v1. Moss is not able to secure it though. It's going to be Suspense with the accurate shots to maintain the lead. And these rockets have been up for a good minute or so, and nobody's found the opportunity to pick them up. I'm almost wondering if we're going to see the sniper rifle spawn before these rockets are picked up once again.
Yeah, no one's even tried to go for the rockets, really. It feels like everyone's just too scared of taking that aggressive approach towards them. And like, even when Suspense had 2 people dead on the map, he kind of just waits for his shields to come back and then plays it very safe. I suppose it makes sense to do so when you're already ahead, but you are now running the risk of Moss and Melon picking up those rockets. And you do see that they are making a move, but they're making a move towards the snipe side once again. It feels like both teams just forgotten those rockets.
It looks like Moss is going to forget how to aim though. What a beautiful few shots onto Suspense. Honestly thought Suspense was going to take that for a second there, but Moss hit another double jump with secured slay. Oh my goodness, off the backboard stick though. For, I believe that was Tuxie, is going to secure the slay onto Moss, and finally we're going to see these rockets go in the hand of Suspense. Hopefully he's able to do a little bit more with the second set of rockets than he was able to do with the first one, because I believe the first one didn't secure anything. And once again, Suspense, he's got to be practicing this in custom games or something, because he's hit that perfectly twice over, and I don't think I can hit that if I practice for a good 5 minutes on this map.
Yeah, that's not an easy skill to make. It's a very useful one though. It essentially allows you to take a route that is not generally possible, routing all the way around. Normally if you come from elbow side, you're going to have to go bottom or top base. That route gives you an extra option, a really nice angle to take, although in Suspense's case he actually loses the rocket and loses a teammate. 3-kill lead for Twizzy Rich as we've crossed over the 20-kill mark. But Moss has a sniper rifle to play with and might just about be able to put an end to Twizzy Rich's reign of terror.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and give myself the point for guessing that those rockets were still going to be up on the map by the time sniper rifle spawned, because the last rocket was used about that exact 30-second mark. So, going to give that into my hands. But right now, what is currently in the hands is a beautiful slay by Suspense onto that sniper rifle player, and rockets in the hands of Tuxie. So, they might have stayed up on the map for so long anyways. I think that just goes to show how smart of a play it was by Suspense and Tuxie to take their time on these slays, and Suspense is going to take his time to fly himself off the back of the map, unfortunately. But a reversal in the series so far. Suspense and Tuxie both go down against MLG and Square Moss, and also in this game is too close to call, because there's only 2 slays determining who's going to take the lead. Right now Suspense is going to find that out the hard way, and it's 1 kill now.
Yeah, Suspense took one look at Square Melon, stanced up on elbow, and decided that he just was not built for that fight, and decides to remove himself from the equation. It's going to be Twizzy Rich now, needing 1 kill to close it out. MLG Square Moss needing 2. This game is down to the wire, and because of the disappearing act, you could say, from Suspense, there aren't any power items on the map for this final section. Chances are there will not be any power items before this game is over. People are going to have to sort this one out with only bandage, but Square Melon getting little with so many grenades, and the flank comes in, And just before you know it, it's going to be Twizzy Rich taking a very close map one.
And it was all slays, no trades necessary for Twizzlers to secure that one, and that's exactly what they did. They didn't trade out anything near the end of it. They took the series, secured the victory, along with those rockets to snipe in the mid side of that map. It was just a great execution, some very smart Halo being played, nobody giving up too much, and just doing everything they could. And take a look at those assists, though, from Squaremelon and Moss. 5 assists for each, for a total of 10. That's almost half the assists you need. But they just couldn't secure the slays necessary. Suspense with 17, Tuxie with 8. It was just beautiful Halo being played by Suspense and Tuxie on the side of Twizzy Rich. They just played well.
Yeah, they really did. You know, the exception of a few power weapon mishaps, Twizzy Rich really just looked extremely solid for that entire game. Felt like MLG Square Moss were having to work really hard just to keep on, and they did very well to get themselves back into a semblance of a potentially winning position. Right at the end there, it was pretty close, but there were just so many rockets. And watching these replays, there's so many times where we just see the power weapons in the hands of Twizzy Rich, and those may not be safe hands in certain cases, but they were still hands nonetheless. And as we go into the Recharge Slayer, you gotta keep that shock rifle and camo out of the hands of Suspense and Tuxie, otherwise this could get ugly pretty quickly.
And you Slayer Recharge, a lot less opportunity for mistakes to be made on this map, because there's a lot harder to fall off the map, a lot easier to get stuck in some significant pinches, especially in that top A side. If you get stuck there and you're only one player, you might as well just give yourself up to the enemy. But it looks like a very slow and a very respectful start for both of these teams off of this camouflage. They both want it, but they both don't want to give anything up to achieve it. Oh, but no, what a beautiful execution. Tuxie should be able to secure this kill on the Squaremelon. Moss is going to have to fight out in 1v2. He'll find one, but Suspense is going to sneak away with that camouflage.
Yeah, Suspense with this camo, and you know exactly what he's going to try and get with it, but the thing is, MLG Square Moss should know that as well. They should be watching this, but they aren't. They don't seem to have managed to try and predict that, maybe throw a grenade or just put down some suppressive fire. So camo shock rifle in the hands of Suspense, and something that is worth noting, the shock rifle might actually be the strongest power item in 2v2, because every other power item gets its ammo halved when you're playing 2v2, apart from maybe the rockets. The shock rifle is not technically a power weapon, and what that means is that it doesn't have half ammo. It has just as much as normal. So instead of only having 4 sniper bullets, you have your regular number of shock rifle shots, and Suspense is putting them to use as they get both players of Square Moss down, and he's still got a full magazine left to work with.
I don't know what happened with Twizzy Rich in the beginning of this bracket so far, because they had a bit of a rough time at the start. But right now, they've just been kind of running both the lobby against MLG Square Moss. They haven't given up much of anything. They've guaranteed so many slays, gotten so many good assists, and they're just playing well together as a team at this point in the matchup that it's hard to see how they found themselves floundering in the lower bracket in the first place, because if they had played like this from the very beginning, I don't think they would have found themselves here at all.
Suspense. But the thing is, the shots from the shock rifle it's such a problem for the other team to have it, and that's exactly why, because any angle you take could just be your instant death with no real chance of counterplay. Suspense is a player who is very dangerous with just about any weapon you give him, and the shock rifle is no exception.
I think we're finally starting to see the cracks in MLG Square Moss's gameplay, because they play quick, they play fast, but they're playing a little overly aggressive and giving up a little too much body for Twizzy Rich to take advantage of. Just like this, they're playing really far aggressive. It works out this time, and it works out when it works out, but if you're not expecting it and the players are just doing everything they can, oh my goodness, I think Moss might have stolen that camouflage out of the mid-air, and he did indeed. He did indeed, so that's going to burn it. And that's, I don't even know if I can call that a misplay, more like just a freak accident from Moss and Squaremelon, because that could have been an easy camo grab, but just the timing of the slide out from Moss switched it out of the hand of Squaremelon and gave it up.
Yeah, that's just pure bad luck there, really. Moss isn't even thinking about the camo, he's trying to get out of the line of sight of that other player. accidentally picks up the camo, doesn't really want it where he is. You'd much rather Melon have it in that situation because he has escape routes. Moss doesn't. At least the camo does not go into the hands of the enemy, it does get burnt. But Square Melon and Moss will be regretting their lack of it. And speaking of them regretting the lack of things, Square Melon might be regretting the lack of any kills so far this game, and he's not going to pick one up in this fight either.
A perfect 5-5 so far from Suspense and Tuxie. They're 2/5 of the way to their victory with 5 kills each and a really good amount of assists as well. 6 assists, so that's 60% of their slays being assisted. Square Melon is playing down through the bottom mid. You know he's got to be a little frustrated with how the match is going so far. If Moss hadn't accidentally snagged that camouflage, it might have been at least a camouflage in the hands of Square Melon, if not a couple of slays. But right now, all he has to show for it is a bit of a goose, sitting at 0 slays so far. But, oh, he doesn't even get the one. Tuxie secures it with the shock rifle. It's just an unfortunate play. And yet, Moss is going to fly out and die as well. Shots from Suspense are kind of just going to hammer in how they're feeling right now.
Yeah, I think Square Melon is sort of exhibiting something that you see with keyboard and mouse players quite a lot, and I'm including myself in that, where they tend to be a little bit all or nothing. Not necessarily in the sense that, like, literally all or nothing, although this has been a bit of a nothing game. Finally, Square Melon manages to put a kill on the board. But when you're pretty good mechanically, and you get used to being able to win your 1v1s and sort of be successful off the back of that, it's very easy to get into the habit of not learning how to play from behind, and that is brutal. As Suspense just completely breaks Melon's ankles and breaks his spine. Melon, I mean, he's on 2 kills now at least, but the damage has kind of been done. It's actually not as big of a lead as you might have thought. In fact, as Melon's managed to pick up a few, Moss has picked up the camo, but gets taken down with a grenade still. It's not an unassailable lead, but it's going to have to be a big swing now coming through.
That's another camouflage loss for Twizzy Rich off the back of just kind of an unfortunate play. They had opportunities to pick up the camouflage and pick up some slays, but they just kept giving it up, whether it be a beautiful grenade from Tuxie or just an accidental flip-flop from Moss and Square Melon trying to pick up that camouflage. They need to really figure out a way to prioritize it, because if they can find a camouflage here, they can easily find the lead. There's only a 4-kill discrepancy so far, and if they find one power item or one power weapon, then it could be an easy lead obtained for Square Moss to bring them back into the series.
Yeah, 4 kills. It felt like such a dominant start from Twizzy Rich, but it's fallen away pretty quickly. Square Melon's gone from 0 to 4 in the kills department quite rapidly, which is good to see. Gotten his mojo back just a little bit. It's a lot nicer of a stat line. And with Twizzy Rich going 2 dead, all of a sudden, it's only 3 kills. Very, very achievable. And Melon seeming to smell that blood in the water. He's running for that shock rifle, but he's exposed himself a little bit too much. He's going to need Moss to try and help him get out.
I'm very surprised he got out with his life. Every single time I'm stuck in that situation, I definitely do go down. But a little bit of over-the-head cover from Moss is definitely what the doctor ordered in Suspense. Probably didn't order 3 bolts of shock rifles in the face, but regardless, it is what he will receive. And Square Melon is trying to find a way to receive this last player down to the bottom mid, and he secures it indeed with another perfect 3 bolts to the face.
Twizzy Rich was shooting bodies a minute ago, and now they're only 1 kill up. We actually saw MLG Square Moss pull a similar maneuver in the match we saw them play against Outcasted, where they managed to come back after a very big deficit, and it seems like Twizzy Rich have been sort of suffering the same fate. However, a very nice stick is going to put both players of MLG Square Moss down into the respawn screen, and Suspense getting that kill as well might give them a little bit more breathing room, but it's still only 2 kills.
Camouflage coming up in the next 2 seconds, and a bit of a shroud screen for Suspense. He might be able to play his life here. He's going to need to throw that one out. And I like this play. He's going to throw it out to Tuxie to allow the camouflage pickup. Most players would have definitely not given it up for the camouflage players. At least for me, I would have used it to keep myself alive, but it works out quite well. Tuxie's able to guarantee the slay, finds a shock rifle, and stays alive with his camouflage. A great, what would you call it? A great play by Suspense to assist his teammate instead of trying to take the glory for himself.
Tuxie and shock rifle in hands. Nearly lands a beautiful headshot there, but not quite enough. The chain damage isn't going to be sufficient
Enemy team nearing
to
victory.
get him weak enough for an easy cleanup. But Suspense is going to come to the rescue, takes down Moss. Tuxie takes down Melon, and I'm pretty sure we just saw him hit the Xbox record that as well.
I mean, why not? If you have a good series and a good couple of slays, why not have it a little bit for the memory books instead of just having it on the stream as well? And right now, though, Twizzy Rich, I mean, we did mention that they might have been shooting a little bit earlier, but with a beautiful shot from Tuxie, maybe it's well deserved because the lead is extended back up into 5 at the 3-minute mark, and the hunt is on once again for Square Melon, but he'll sneak away for now on the gold pipe side, but Suspense should activate off the back of this. And Melon is in a very inopportune position. This should go down. There he goes.
Double kill. Killing
They
spree.
are. I mean, that resurgence we saw from Square Moss looked like this might become a competitive match. We did tie it up very briefly, but and it seems like Twizzy Rich remembered that they actually do need to plug in their controllers in order to play the game. It's just gone straight back to being a beatdown. Suspense should be able to clean up Melon here, maybe not, as those two do look in, and I don't know, not trying to give anyone false hope right now, but Melon with the shock rifle, only 5 kills required to win it out, but they'll need to get those without giving up a single one of their own.
There's an opportunity here. You have the shock rifle. You have an opportunity. You just need to stay alive. Now the enemy team knows where you're at, though, so now you just gotta wait and bait. Try to find these players as they start funneling through. Camouflage up in the next few seconds. This could be good for either team. Either Suspense and Tuxie bait this camouflage out and secure the slay. Oh, but it looks like they don't even need to because Suspense is waiting for those players to come through and secures the slay regardless. And Twizzy Rich take the series. 2-0. That was an interesting series, Moss. Seal, my apologies.
It was an interesting series. It's weird, right? Those score lines look closer than the games felt, I would say, especially with game 2. 21-25 kind of feels like there wasn't much in it, but there was a lot in it for most of the game. And MLG Square Moss did manage to bring it back a few times and get that game within a few, even tying it up at one point. But it felt like once Twizzy Rich got themselves back into control, there really was very little opportunity for Square Moss to win that game. They looked like the stronger team, and I think Twizzy Rich, with how they're playing, could even pose a threat to
Go Gaga. Yeah, that is the case. And there's that incident we saw with that camouflage. Interesting tuck, though. I wonder if we'll see that in a way that might benefit somebody later on in the future. But this was a nasty backsmack from Suspense, I can't lie.
Yeah, that was... that's one of those moments that you have, like, especially when with Melon being like 0-6, I think, at the start of the game, is where you start out, you just, nothing seems to go right for you, you know? And then you try and melee someone, and the guy just, like, reverse ninjas you, and you just like, oh, what playing this game? Like, that's such a bad thing. But, to be fair to Melon, even with the game itself, you know, trying to strike him down from the heavens, he was still putting in a pretty good shift, considering the fact, as we mentioned earlier, he started out 0-6. He ended that game on a pretty okay stat line, all things considered. So great work from him to bounce back. But we're going into our lower final after this break, and we'll have to see who's going to make it into the grand finals.
I don't know why I let you, but you have to lie to spark in me.
isolated by our symmetry. It feels like before now I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, maybe we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in a dilemma. I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, 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 I'm in a dilemma.
You've heard me say it once, you'll hear me say it again. Welcome back, everybody, to our Summer Doubles tournament over here on the EHL broadcast. It's myself, AC Kanik, once again here with Seal. And now we are in our losers finals, and it's going to be Twizzy Rich versus Go Gaga on Aquarius to start out. And once again, Seal, I mean, this could go either way. We have seen these players and these teams increase their gameplay over the entire series of this tournament. And once again, it can go either way. I couldn't tell you who's going to take this one, but I think we're going to start out with Bastos.
Suspense and Tuxie look like they've just been heating up the whole time. Go Gaga been kind of sat around for a little while. They were in our winners finals, which means they've had a bit of waiting around to do. I don't know if they've been warming up, but Bastos certainly does not look cold as he finds a beautiful sliding headshot onto that player in the top blue base. Bastos now gonna be adding a thrust to that camo, should make him a very, very scary opponent, even for these players who are currently hiding in corners trying to catch him out.
I mean, you read my mind. That was a nasty and slightly disrespectful slide slay from Bastos on the touching the top end of blue base, and it's going to be guaranteed by another double kill. Well, I shouldn't say another, but another probably in this tournament so far. But 3-0 now for Bastos. And this, I don't know. Every single time I see like Bastos, SLG, any of these players, they're just playing so well and so aggressive. And oh my goodness, you almost secured the slam, the Tuxie as well. But this is looking to be a very hot start by Go Gaga to start out our losers fight.
Sunrise does get hit by that green gun, but manages to stay alive. Suspense and Tuxie trading out kills in either direction. Now it's Tuxie versus Sunrise, but Tuxie gets caught with his pants down, and being those shots down, doesn't manage to survive. It's just non-stop fighting, and funnily enough, a lot of the fights are feeling a little bit disconnected. Not as much team shooting as we've seen some of the games. I think that's just a testament to how aggressively a lot of these players really want to play the game. They're not waiting to try and make these set plays. Instead, they're focusing on being very, very fluid and very reactable, because they're just getting in the other team's face.
I think Sunrise is just opening the door for Bastos to come in and do what he does best, which is basically not missing. He goes in, does a little bit of damage. Bastos takes the 1v1, guarantees a slay, and gets the kill. And right now, it looks like it's going to be a bit of an inverse. A double kill for Sunrise, guaranteeing a few more slays, and already a 7-kill lead with the camouflage coming up for Go Gaga. They have not taken their foot off the gas since this match has started, and I don't think they intend to, with a killing spree for Sunrise to continue extending their lead. And now the pinch onto Suspense. He does get the perfect on the Bastos, but I don't think he's going to get very, very far if Sunrise has anything to say.
Bastos does get taken down. And Suspense also manages to find the kill on the Sunrise as well. Tuxie grabbing that camo. Suspense getting shot at cross map, taking so much damage just to make sure that his teammate gets away with the camouflage. However, this camo is a good opportunity here for Twizzy Rich to try and get themselves back into this game. The lead is currently doubled up, 6-12. Make that 13. Suspense needs to find this kill, not Suspense, sorry, Tuxie, and he is going to be able to do so, managing to stay alive with the camouflage. Got to keep trying to find these kills, try and collapse onto the spawners if they want to close this gap.
And a slay a day keeps the enemy at bay, and right now Suspense and Tuxie are just finding a way to get back into this game, because the slays have gone ever so slightly into Go Gaga's favor, but the rotations with this camouflage has been benefiting Twizzy Rich just a slight little bit. But looks like they rotated the wrong way around, and now the entire enemy team is on the other side of the map. Suspense should be getting into a fight with Bastos here very, very soon. And it's going to be up to Tuxie or Sunrise to find the slays. But no, it looks like a bit of an inverse. Bastos guarantees the kill on Suspense. And now all of a sudden, once again, a 2v... Oh, a good trade for Tuxie, but a 2v1. And Tuxie's going to get on. And the slays continue to go in the hands of Go Gaga off the back of that. 6 kills leading. And, you know, we usually see Bastos with a few more slays here, Seal, but I think they're going to have a different MVP this time around. Do you think Sunrise is doing a great job here?
I think Sunrise is doing fantastic, but Bastos is still closing in on the 10 kill mark. Meanwhile, Twizzy Rich almost closing in on the 10 kill mark combined. Finally, they've got that 10, but Bastos decides to match them by himself. Sunrise's numbers also pretty nice. And I think the thing with Twizzy Rich is we did see that opportunity for them to bring that back. They couldn't manage to find the players though, and once the camo runs out, they decide to split up and look for clues, try and figure out what happened to the enemy team, but that just results in them getting caught out one at a time. Unfortunately for them, it's just been bad news after bad news after bad news. 19-11 now is the scoreline. Bastos is on 12 kills, Sunrise on 7, and still Bastos has more kills than the enemy team does combined.
That's just a ridiculous stat to put up. Suspense should get caught out here by Sunrise, which is going to be 1v1 from Tuxie. The thrust does come through though, but Tuxie will secure the slay and secure the camouflage. This is the key to bringing this series back into contention. If you die with this camouflage too soon before getting at least 2 kills, then you might as well just give up the game. Bastos has been caught on a mid, but Sunrise on the push through is able to pick up the camouflage player, but Suspense guarantees his slays, but still a 6-kill lead. We haven't seen the lead change in numbers for quite a bit, and I think Go Gaga just are trying to find trades here.
Yeah, I think, as you said, that camo from Tuxie, they really needed a run off of the back of that, and it's a shame because to sort of put that pressure on Tuxie, because at the end of the day, that's not something that's necessarily in your power to force to happen. It's something that you know, you find that advantage. But if there was going to be any hope of Twizzy Rich getting back into it, we needed to see a big life from Tuxie with that camo. That's not what we saw, and the only real advantage here is that now neither Bastos or Sunrise have more kills than Twizzy Rich do combined, but together they make 24. And compared to 17, that's not great. This grenade is going to close it out, and that's going to be a very convincing map 1 win for GoGo Gaga.
Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately, those nades coming through for GoGo Gaga just secured that kill onto Tuxie. And that just shows you that it can be very important to stay on your kill cam, because I'm going to guess that Bastos told him, nade here and you will take this player down. 1 or 2 nades will take care of it, and indeed it does. GoGo Gaga take the lead 25 to 17. Moving to map number 2 should be hopefully a little bit more contentious for Twizzy Rich.
You'd certainly hope so, because it doesn't... I was going to say it doesn't get much less contentious. Yes, it does. We've seen some very uncontested maps. Sorry, my headset just hit my microphone.
It's all good.
So far this tournament. Twizzy Rich has seemingly the ability to go toe-to-toe with these guys, but right now GoGo Gaga are just firing on all cylinders in a way that Twizzy Rich aren't, which is surprising because they've looked so hot throughout this lower bracket run.
They have looked hot indeed, but I mean, sometimes when you come up against a different team, the entire playstyle changes and it can go back to bite you. You might be in a bit of a flow state or a flow, like a flow style, and then all of a sudden a team comes in, tears you down, takes you apart, and you can't always find an answer for something like that because you're in such a flow that it's hard to get out of it. And I think right now, Twizzy Rich are kind of being victimized by that exact scenario. They had a flow, and Bastos and Tuxie are taking advantage of how they're playing previously. Bastos and Sunrise, my apologies.
Really nice routing here from Bastos to get around to those B steps. Normally it's the players that spawn in A that have to watch out for a B steps push coming from the C side. However, instead, this time it's Bastos flipping the script there. And it's Suspense a little bit off guard, although he doesn't actually get the kill. Twizzy Rich with a much needed good start to this game should be well positioned to pick up this camo. Suspense does have it, and Bastos should be a relatively easy cleanup here. We're going to need to see Twizzy Rich coming out very well over the course of this beginning section because we know what GoGo Gaga are capable of.
The match has just started, but it is a beautiful start from Suspense and Tuxie, but right now there's a pinch on Tuxie as well, but Tuxie secures one, can't quite secure the other, but Sunrise is going to fly right into the waiting hands of Suspense, guarantees the slay, and now you have a red gun hand-delivered to you, Sunrise Prime style, and now you have an opportunity to start hunting down the next couple of spawners as they come up, and it's going to be Bastos finding out the spiky grenade is still just as sticky as it always is. He's going to go down a 5-kill lead now for Twizzy Rich.
Suspense just hanging around in heaven, getting a lot of damage down, but I really don't like that play. Losing camo to cross-map shots is just, it always feels bad. You really can't afford to lose camo in that sort of manner, and it's also just sort of broken the momentum from GoGo Gaga. What could have been an even fight or an advantageous fight for Twizzy Rich. Now GoGo Gaga are in the advantageous position with so much damage on the map. Bastos is going to be looking to clean up both of these players.
One goes down, and just like dominoes, the next one should fall relatively soon, unless Suspense plays his life. But no! Oh my goodness, what a repost play by Bastos. I don't know if players like this can just read the minds of who they're fighting against. Beautiful execution, a beautiful play, and Tuxie's going to get back down and taken care of by Sunrise. Beautiful team plays by GoGo Gaga, and all of a sudden, what was a 5-kill lead is tied up 6-6. Camouflage coming up very, very soon.
10 seconds on this camo. Doesn't look like Twizzy Rich really in a very good position to contest it. However, that kill onto Bastos, just as I'm saying that, is going to break the map wide open for them. Sunrise and Suspense. Suspense is going to win it with a 5-shot. That means camo in the hands of Tuxie to try and expand this 2-kill lead to a wider margin.
Every single time I see one player go down, I know the next player is hunting down this last one. The hunt is always on, and oh my goodness, Tuxie Two players waiting in the PD. Able to secure one if you can stay alive, and oh my goodness, you do. A 4-kill lead extension by Twizzy Rich is a beautiful play and exactly what Suspense and Tuxie ordered to try to find a way back into this series. They can maintain this pressure. They can maintain a bit of a momentum run here. Hopefully tie up the series, but it's still way too early to call in this game number 2.
Suspense there. Not quite in sync enough to pull off that collapse. Bastos is going to manage to find both of the enemy gamers, and the camo did run out just before Tuxie died, but not really an opportunity for an easy kill here for Bastos. He's going to have to go through Suspense first. Looks like we've almost split the map into 2 1v1s right now. Tuxie and Suspense, they're both ganging up onto Sunrise. Bastos manages to find Suspense weak. Tuxie now needs to take down Bastos if he wants to trade out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He doesn't manage to find a trade onto Sunrise as well, so we're down now to a 2-kill lead off the back of 2 favourable fights for Go Go Gaga.
Twizzy Rich are just kind of finding an answer here finally for the side of Go Go Gaga. They're identifying when the players are coming through, and they're starting to try to dismantle Go Go Gaga's gameplay style. And I think that's exactly what Go Go Gaga did to Twizzy Rich in that last series. They figured out how they played, excuse me, played around it, and guaranteed so many slays and so much momentum. And right now, Suspense and Tuxie are just doing their best to try to play together, try to catch out at least one player. And it looks like it might be Sunrise being caught out by Suspense.
Yeah, Bastos though, once again, is going to be playing cleanup crew once that fight is over. We're down to 1 kill now, and it's just been trading 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. This lead that was initially established through a big run is now getting chipped away at just through very small increments. Making sure they're coming out just one there of every fight is Bastos, but Sunrise is going to win that fight, and that will potentially, with the help of Bastos winning the 1v1 onto Palm Trees, secure them the camo. And Bastos is waiting before popping this. I think he wants to throw off the clock and make it so Suspense and Tuxie don't know how long they're going to have to worry about this camo for.
I mean, real quick, tied up game, caster analysis, Seal. Who do you think has the better and cleaner play style here? Because both teams are kind of doing something similar, where they're trying to identify some slays and work off the damage. But plays like this from Suspense and Tuxie are exactly what I like to see, because they play it slow, play it methodical, guarantee some damage, and they're baiting Bastos and Sunrise into these slay fights.
I think fundamentally Bastos and Sunrise have seemed to have a pretty good answer to Twizzy Rich, which is just the fact that they have enough time to just sort of chip away at that lead and just try and get those favourable fights. Get in there, Sunrise does the damage, Bastos finds the cleanup. That's how they got themselves back into a tied game situation. But the problem is that when you're only making that incremental progress, it can fall apart so quickly, and that's what we've just seen. The bad push from Bastos loses them the camo, and then they manage to lose another fight as well. That puts Twizzy Rich now 2 kills ahead once again, and Go Go Gaga, if they're going to continue at the rate they were previously, is going to take 2 team fights to make that up.
That was a really clean repulse jump from Tuxie there for a second to get himself up into PD, but it doesn't quite work out. And it looks like Sunrise's last up on the map is just kind of waiting. Oh, he was definitely in the menu screen there, just waiting for the spawners to come up. That's a very high level play by Sunrise there to try to find when this player is going to spawn out. And now Suspense is being pinched out by these 2 players, down to 1 shot. Bastos should find a way to clean this one up, but he does have one more sticky grenade. It's not going to work out in the end, though. Suspense does go down, and all of a sudden, a lead exchange finally for Go Go Gaga. And I think this is the first time we've seen these players in the lead in this so far.
Yeah, I think it probably has. Yeah, it was a good start from Twizzy Rich, and they've managed to hold on to either the lead or a tied game throughout that. And that kill from Tuxie there, very big to stop the bleeding. And if they can find Bastos as well, it'll tie them up at 20. A very close situation to find yourself in as we get towards the end of this map too. A quick reminder, Go Go Gaga will be through to the grand finals if we win this one. Twizzy Rich will need to win another map in order to get themselves into that.
I mean, all they need is trades, but right now they're not finding any of those, and all of a sudden another lead reversal. Twizzy Rich take not only the lead but the camouflage for themselves, and they are trying to activate to find these 2 spawners. And I don't think I've ever seen players spawn on top of each other that close ever before. What do you think, Seal?
Yeah, normally Halo Infinite's spawn system has a a habit of kind of spreading you out on the map a little bit to try and help you take a bit of space off spawn, so you're not all clustered together. It's a very interesting situation that they do both spawn there. I think I'm not really sure why that would happen, but it doesn't really matter right now because they do manage to break out of that spawn, only to walk straight into a camo from Suspense with some added damage from Tuxi. That's a double for Suspense. 23 to 20 now. A tied game at 20 has turned into a disaster for Gogo Gaga. They're going to need to try and somehow take down Suspense without trading, but how are you going to manage that when Suspense just hits you with the 3-shot and the sliding headshot from the red gun is going to close that out? We are tied up at 1-1. Map 3 will decide who goes through to the grand finals.
And I wasn't sure if we're going to see a map from map 3 in this series so far, but it looks like it is going to be the case. That was a beautiful play there by Suspense and Tuxi playing together, guaranteeing some damage. The perfect from Suspense was the clincher right there. If he didn't get that perfect, it might have been a small reversal, and Tuxi would have had an opportunity to turn around and fight back and assist Bastos with the fight on Suspense. It might have even been a bit of a game lost, but no. Accuracy trumps all, and right now Suspense is the leader of the lobby right now with 17 kills to finish out that series. Beautiful plays by these players.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very decisive manner. A very decisive manner to finish out that mapping. As we can see, 21 to 25. Big role reversal from that first map, and it's going to be a Solitude in order to close it out. That shock rifle will be a major factor. We haven't really had a true power weapon on the first 2 maps, so it could be the shock rifle that's going to be the decisive influence on this map.
I mean, that's such a great weapon for any of these players to utilize. I love watching how people play with the shock rifle, because personally, I'm terrible with it. I don't know about you, Seal, but I just can't quite find the recipe for success when it comes to the shock rifle, but these players seem to have mastered that ability, and they can secure some really nasty slays with that shock rifle off the back of these spawns.
Yeah, though I have actually just remembered it's not a shock rifle. It's a sniper in 2v2. Sniper and overshield rather than shock and camo. So 2 items that we haven't seen yet this game could destabilize the status quo, as it were. We'll have to see how that plays out, and let's not forget that thruster as well in yard. Very much in the hands of these players, the thruster can just be a guaranteed win in a 1v1 fight. Could make a big difference when it comes to those moments where one player's down on either team.
Could go either way. Honestly, I'd argue that the S7 being what's on the map is even more deadly than that shock rifle, because what is it called? The room for error when it comes to utilizing that weapon is so much larger. If you guarantee a body shot, then it's a guaranteed 1-shot follow-up headshot, as opposed to the shock rifle, which can be maybe a couple of headshots to finish it out. But right now, Suspense is trying his best to stay alive in the one going against Sunrise, but Tuxi has come through with the assist with that sniper rifle, and a beautiful shot it was to assist his teammate over on the blue side.
Tuxi finds that double kill, and Snipe OS isn't actually as good of a combo as Camo. Snipe is! But Tuxi doesn't care, because he just absolutely domes that player, and will find Sunrise as well. It is a phenomenal start for Twizzy Rich, the team that started this series behind after a pretty disastrous map 1, especially the opening of it, has started this map 3 raring to life. 6-2-0, not a single kill for Gogo Gaga so far.
Exactly what I was talking about with the room for error with that sniper rifle, and that was just a beautiful lineup shot. It probably would have been the same with the shock rifle, but I don't think it would have been as satisfying as seeing that lineup with the S7. And now a 5-kill lead for Twizzy Ridge. Gogo Gaga once again staring down the barrel of losing out in the tournament entirely. However, it's still way too early to make this call. 20 seconds left for Spark spawning up, and oh my goodness, Bastos. Well, what a beautiful repo sticky on that player. A bit of a jump scare, but the ice is there. Bastos secures 1, and Sunrise and Suspense are in the 1v1 to try to figure out who's going to take the next slay. But players have spawned up, and it looks like it's going to be the wait and bait for this OS.
A lot of damage coming down from Sunrise to try and deny this camo. And I think actually, it's not a camo, sorry, it's an overshield. And something to bear in mind actually, as I'm correcting myself, is that the fact that it's an overshield changes the equation significantly. If you dive on a camo out in the open, you're probably just going to die with it and burn it. An overshield is sort of its own reward in that respect. If you manage to get it popped, all of a sudden you've got double the shields to play with. You're almost certainly going to survive that, or you're going to cost the enemy team a huge amount of resources in taking you down. Therefore, playing super aggressively like Suspense was just then is a very, very viable tactic for overshield.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, I think it was last season in HCS when Frosty was trying to pop the OS and he just kept jiggling back and forth, crouching completely sideways, not even shooting back, just trying his best to guarantee popping that OS, and he popped it, secured it, and got a couple of slays off the back of it. And that's what you can do when it comes down to that OS. If you're able to stay alive, even if you're one shot, then you can do a lot off the back of utilizing that power weapon. And oh my goodness, Sunrise is doing a lot off the back of this S7. Takes the head of Tuxie across the map to bring it a little bit more into contention. And Bastos and Suspense are probably in a fight pretty soon, but it looks like they're both going to back down, and it's going to be back to a 2v2 standard on this map as we continue out 6-9 with 8:40 left. S7's always fun. I think it might work out for this one for Sunrise.
Yeah, Sunrise does need to get some good value from this sniper rifle. He's only got one bullet left, but if he can find that one kill, then the other one should fall relatively easily, provided they know where to look for it. They need a bit of a swing here. It's not a massively, it's not an out-of-hand situation just yet, but the lead that Twizzyrich got off to at the start should be a bit of a wake-up call for the side of Gogo Gaga, just to make sure that you don't get overconfident after your map one.
At least an OS will go right back into the hands of Sunrise Gogo Gaga. A killing spree. We've seen so many killing sprees on this series so far, and I'm kind of loving it. It just shows me that momentum can really be the deciding factor. And right now, it seems to be the case as Sunrise and Bastos take the lead in this series once again for the first time. Will we see a bit of deja vu? Are they going to take this win off the back of this initial lead, or is Suspense and Tuxie going to look for this last player as he comes through the high side of the yard, going back up to a gold ledge, still all tied up?
Bastos here with this green gun, hoping to guarantee a trade if someone pushes in nearby, and he is going to manage to find one, forced to drop down. Suspense is still alive, knows that there's two weak players, but will he try and go for them?
Time will tell. Suspense is going to track down one. The trade does come through, though, for Sunrise. And Tuxie's been caught out just a little bit. I think he regained his shields, so not quite. Huge fight here between Sunrise and Tuxie, but with the spawn up from Suspense and the sniper rifle, the S7 is back in play, and Bastos might find out the hard way, but no. Still tied up 12-12, and I think we're going to see a bit of a pause here in the fight. Things might slow down just a tad as we continue this one out, because this one is starting to look like it might go towards time.
Suspense with the sniper rifle could be the difference maker. Wouldn't be peeking that if I were you, Sunrise. He does manage to survive. Bastos here down in the dip, also managing to stay alive. Suspense, though, hasn't managed to find an angle just yet. He's got 2 bullets left to work with. But Sunrise is just going to jump straight into his line of sight. And you've got to wonder, they probably got commed where Suspense was. Sunrise, though, maybe not quite considering the threat that the sniper posed in that situation. And off the back of that sniper rifle, it's an overshield. And off the back of that overshield, it could be an even bigger lead. You see Suspense, though, taking his time a little bit, and now roaring to life with that overshield as he pushes in and gets so many kills.
Back in the hands of Twizzyrich, 16-13. They have taken the lead, but it's a small lead nonetheless. We've seen Gogo Gaga come back from more significant leads previously, and it doesn't mean they can't do it here. But Suspense and Tuxie, I think they've started to diagnose the playstyle of Gogo Gaga, because they're reacting pretty cleanly. Oh, but Bastos reverses him around with that sticky repulse. A beautiful play by Bastos. It looks like we might see the lead exchange as Sunrise is hitting a perfect on the Tuxie once again. This game is slowed down a little bit, but the slays are still coming in from both sides.
Yeah, Bastos here has a very, very good understanding of where the enemy team is spawning. And it seems like he's fully aware that they're currently in there. They're looking to break out now across the open field, but Suspense is going to go down and Tuxie will fall as well. Sunrise managing to pick up both of them to put his team back into the lead.
Caster's Curse. Mentioning switch around. It does. And right now, Sunrise and Bastos are showing their best to maintain this lead as this S7 is coming up. Not in the most opportune positions to be contesting the sniper rifle, but it looks like Suspense and Tuxie have other priorities as well, and that priority is going to be the slays and extending, trying to bring back this lead as best they can. But the rotations are just happening everywhere on the map, and it's a hard sell to try to find where any of these players are hiding.
Suspense needs to stay alive here. And he is going to manage to do so. That sniper is up and Tuxie has hold of it. We've seen Tuxie do so much work with that sniper rifle so far this game. Arguably the architect of the initial lead that Twizzy Rich got off to. But now he's in a dangerous situation. He's got an overshield to contend with. He does manage to connect at least once, but he's going to get stuck by that overshield player. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a 4-kill lead for Gogo Gaga, and it might even be a sniper rifle up for grabs. It might have all been used, but either way, Bastos and Sunrise finding themselves in a dominant position as we close in on the end of this series.
We've seen him do it twice in the series so far, but Bastos has another sticky repulse in the back pocket. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see this one come back into use, especially as he's going into a close quarters battle between these two players. Suspense and Tuxie trying to find rotations. Suspense is going to get one shot to the back. They're going to rotate back around, try to find this player, and Bastos will go down off the back of that. And it's up to Sunrise to try to figure out where one of these players are. He will get the shots on Suspense to keep his shields low, but Tuxie shouldn't be far behind to try to assist his teammate.
Sunrise has been alive so long, he ran out of ammo for his bandit. He had to pick up this battle rifle because he just didn't have any other bullets in order to use, and now he's on the run. But with the help from his teammate, that's going to be a trade, and he's actually still alive, hanging around back here looking for the enemy. Suspense versus Sunrise in this 1v1, and Suspense is going to win it with the bandit. A crucial win for him there, a must-win gunfight, and he does win it. Tuxie finds the perfect kill onto Bastos, and it's within 1.
Coming up, we have 4 kills for Gogo Gaga to take the lead, 5 kills for Twizzy Rich, and it's going to be whoever gets this next snipe and overshield, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to see the end of the game without these coming up. And everyone's been very, very respectful of the opposing team's skill, and that's exactly the case right now. Suspense will find a kill on a Bastos, though. It's going to tie it up, but Sunrise will also get the nade. 5 seconds for this to come up, and Sunrise should be contesting this overshield in the next couple of seconds as it comes up. That's exactly the case. Staring at it, but Tuxie's not going to be able to sneak away. No, he goes down. Suspense takes down Sunrise, though. And Suspense is trying to get away, but no! A double kill for Gogo Gaga. Sniper rifle and OS in the hands of Bastos. This one's looking to be finished out in the next couple of seconds. All he needs is one slay, and then it's game over for Twizzy Rich.
I think only divine intervention really can bring this game back for Twizzy Rich now. They have 1 death to play with. Bastos has 2 bullets in the sniper rifle, and if he can't connect either of them, he can still just charge in and melee them. Doesn't find the headshot onto Suspense, but Suspense is pinned down, somehow managing to stay alive in that situation, but it doesn't matter. Bastos will find that kill in the end. 25-22. But man, that game could have gone either way at so many different points.
100% agreed. It was such a close match. I think, honestly, this desperation play from Tuxie here for this OS was kind of just the nail in the coffin. The new 2 players are up there. Going to be watching that OS. He goes down off the back. The Suspense did secure a beautiful snipe with that. And I think here, if Suspense had jumped up with that OS, he might have been able to stay alive, but I don't think he knew where Bastos was exactly. He was just doing his best to try to secure this OS for his team, but unfortunately he does go down, and that guarantees the OS camo, the OS snipe for Bastos, and that secured the game in the end.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the play from Suspense and Tuxie there. I think the idea is Suspense has a sniper rifle. If Tuxie jumps on that overshield, the other team is forced to chow in order to stop him from getting it. That should give Suspense basically a free kill, and that's exactly what he gets out of it. But the problem is then Bastos manages to take him down. It really all came down to whether or not Suspense was able to pop that camo, and unfortunately, it's just that 1 millisecond in it took out Twizzy Rich from the tournament. And that means that it will be Gogo Gaga versus OEX in our grand finals. We'll be hopping to a quick break, but when we get back, we'll see who is going to win our Summer 2v2 tournament.
Double kill.
Play harder, we push it to limit, going farther and farther. Grind all
Double
day,
kill.
we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks.
Killing
Grind
spree.
all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks.
Double kill.
We play harder, we push it to
Killing
limit,
spree.
going farther and farther.
Double kill.
We work hard, we play harder, we push it to limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. I'll never smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks.
Double kill. Double kill.
Body freaks, body freaks.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks.
So far away from it all. Can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain. 'Cause I can't take it away.
Double kill.
So far away from it all. Can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick of not feeling
Double
nothing.
kill.
So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it.
Double kill.
About it. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. In my head, I'm running circles again. I'm faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending so much time on the edge. Yeah. You can see it in my face, though. You saw the mystery once again. Oh no, I know we had this conversation, yeah. So don't you know? I've been sitting at home watching the paint dry. Kinda wishing you come over and say hi. Save my life. Yeah. I'm just hoping that you try.
Double kill.
So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it. About it. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. In my head, I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching too much TV, wishing someone missed me. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching so much TV, wishing someone missed me. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending too much time on the edge. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. Can somebody take my breath away? Hold me tight, lonely day. I've been searching for something to ease my mind, till you came along, never thought I'd find. Take me away. Chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. And chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away.
And here we are, back once again with our Summer Doubles Tournament Slayer Origin Grand Finals between OEX and Gogo Gaga. Once again, we've seen these players in the upper finals. OEX took the lead, but this is a different game, different story. Best of 5. Slayer Origin started out. Once again, Seal here with me as well. And I think this Grand Finals is going to be a grand time. What do you think, Seal?
I couldn't agree more. I'm actually really glad we're getting best of 5 here, because the last time we saw these two teams match up, map 1 was a bit of a blowout in favour of OEX. Map 2 was right down to the wire, and I was really sad that that was the end of that series, because it felt to me like if that was a best of 5, we could have gone all the way between those two teams once it got as close as it did. So I'm hoping that we might see these two really fighting back and forth this game. But Gogo Gaga gonna have to overcome OEX if they want to take home our trophy, which isn't a real thing that we have, but I think they'll get some seeding points at the very least.
If anybody's going to take anything, it's going to be SOG taking some slays. What a beautiful couple of shots with that carbine to secure the kill. And now all of a sudden it's rockets and sniper rifle in the hands of OEX, and this is looking like a bit of deja vu already. I can't say it's done and dusted quite yet because we just got started, but so many slays already going in their favor, and they haven't used a single rocket yet either, but they're securing so many slays. I just love watching these guys work the sniper rifle so well.
I mean, Mighty's is just probably an underrated sniper in Europe, which is kind of a crazy thing to say about someone who is, you know, well known as being one of the best players in the region, but when you consider how many, like, Europe seems to be as a region, you know, we know that we're not generally as strong as North America. It feels like a lot of the best snipers in the game have been European over the years. SLG, Legend, generally the French actually are just always insane with the sniper rifle, and Mighty's is like the one non-French guy who can kind of hang with them, and Glory as well, and Sniper. You know what, I don't know what I'm on about. We've got so many incredible snipers in Europe. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But yeah, he's the kind of guy you want to see with a sniper rifle. It's going to be a 7-1 start for OEX. He might get up to 8 if Sunrise can't manage to trade out this kill, and he's not going to be able to. 8-1 in favor of OEX at the beginning of this game.
You mentioned unbelievable. Right now, the scoreline is unbelievable. 9-1 If we are in America, 911, somebody call the police because this is a bit of a homicide on our hands right now. They're maintaining so much damage, so many slays, and just perfect amount of bait and switching, making sure that the players are down back into the spawn screen, and guaranteeing so much damage because Sunrise right now is stuck bottom mid of the base, and he should go down to this player down through the bottom inside in a couple seconds. Oh, but the assist does come through from SLG. Bastos down to one shot though. SLG trying to activate off this damage. Bastos trying to run away and slip away. Looks like he'll get his shields for now. But whether it stays that way, it's going to be up to SLG, but Bastos takes the slay. But man, great play from him. But rockets are up in the next few seconds as well. It could go back and forth either way.
Yeah, Bastos really had to win that 1v1 because if he hadn't, it would have been OEX getting these rockets basically uncontested. Now, SLG, despite the fact that he's gotten the kills, wasn't able to go rocket side. Instead, he's rotated over towards Sniper. Obviously, you don't particularly want SLG to have a sniper rifle either if you're on Go Gaga. But if you imagine SLG had the rockets in that situation, chances are not have been able to take him down.
No scope.
What a no-scope from Sunrise onto Z-Mighty's to try to bring this one back into contention, but still a 7-kill lead for OEX right now. SLG could be completely off the map and it'd still be a 1-kill game just from Z-Mighty's alone, which is an insane thing to say. And Z-Mighty's, though, finds himself a sniper rifle to the body. SLG might go down as well. It looks like Sunrise is going to wait for his teammate Bastos to come up and give him a little bit of assistance here. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Bastos down to one shot will at least secure the trade out from SLG, but trades can be done any day. It might be a little too late to try to rely on those at this point in this match already at 14-8.
Bastos looking to try and secure himself at least 1 kill with these rockets up. Whoever manages to find a pick here will get the rockets as their reward, and Bastos just flying about the map. Mighty's finally has an opportunity here to run rocket side, but the problem is by the time he gets up there, spawners will have come through, and if he's unlucky, they're going to spawn up in a place where they can see him. That's exactly what's happened. Bastos spawns up over near that BR. A good spot to fight from, so now Mighty's quite exposed very high up on the map. He's going to instead be looking to try and find himself a kill. Somehow manages to survive long enough to take down Sunrise. SLG versus Bastos, as those rockets are still up and no one's managed to secure them yet.
And deja vu, this isn't the first time we haven't seen rockets picked up immediately as soon as they spawn, and I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing that we saw previously where, yeah, there it is, already the spawn cycle for the next sniper rifle has come up, and finally the rockets are in the hands of Bastos. But we have an opportunity here to see two rockets on the map at the exact same time if nobody finds the next one. But right now Bastos is trying his best to strong side his way into cover, and indeed he will get away with his life. And it looks like we will see a rocket on both sides of the map if Z-Mighty's and SLG are able to secure it in the next 4 seconds for their team.
Yeah, Bastos here hanging around Blue Ryan Noob. Just to try and find a pick with these rockets, but not able to spot anyone out just yet. There's a player below him who would be ripe for the picking, but as you mentioned earlier, we do have 2 different sets of rockets on the map. We could have a bit of a cowboy duel. Who shoots first with these rockets? It's gonna be Bastos, but he doesn't manage to secure the kill. Cleans it up. And now he's got a sniper rifle as well. I don't know if there were still rockets down S1, but I'm sure if there are, Sunrise will be looking to pick them up. Couldn't see anything down there. So Bastos will just have to make it happen with the sniper rifle.
He's trying to find where Z-Mighty's is running around to. Finally identifies him. Can't connect though. The 1v1, and Bastos will take it. And it's funny because I see Bastos and Z-Mighty's as pretty similar players at the end of the day. They both are very accurate. They play together well with their teammates. I don't know what it is about them because I don't think they're from the same general region because I'm not too well versed in every single European player's locations. But I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they remind you of each other, or are they just completely different players and I'm just talking shenanigans?
I think they both have that kind of young, you know, relatively new player energy, which is weird to think about with Mighty's because he's now sort of a staple of the region. But he was a rookie in the very first year of Halo Infinite, and he got onto that Na'Vi roster just by essentially being ridiculously cracked. And, you know, Jimbo and the other guys going, hey, we want that guy. And Bastos kind of ended up in the same sort of boat. He was very clearly the best player in the region who wasn't on one of those top 2 teams for quite a long time before he finally managed to make his way onto, I can't remember what the actual world they was, but essentially the second best European team. So I think you sort of, the two of them had a very similar
5 minutes remaining.
like
Come up.
rise through the scene, and they rose through the scene on a similar basis of just being really, really mechanically good. And especially in the case of Mighties and Glory, who was a similar situation, a lot of that was based off of FFA success.
And FFA just shows how accurate you can be. And we've seen a lot of players come up from the underside of an FFA. Last Shot is a perfect example of that. He won the World FFA, I think, a couple of years ago. All of a sudden found himself on some pro teams and then found himself as a world champion last season. So FFA can be the proving grounds, I should say, for some of these up-and-coming players. Oh my goodness, Bastos, what a shot on the Z Mighties, and looking to finish it out on SLG as well. Will secure not quite the double kill, but one slay. Oh no! Oh my goodness, I thought Z Mighties was going to find himself back in the respawn screen immediately, but no, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And Sunrise is going to be trying to find out where Z Mighties has run off to.
Yeah, 1 kill needed here for Gogo Gaga. I'm honestly not sure why Sunrise didn't push that, but it didn't end up mattering. SLG falls to Bastos. It's going to be map 1 going in favor of Gogo Gaga. OEX, despite a strong start, not managing to close it out. I think we've got a series on our hands here, Kenny.
Indeed we do. A reversal from our last series from these 2 players. OEX took it in a perfect 2-0, but Gogo Gaga take game number 1. We might not only be seeing a series here, but there is crumbs of a potential reset on our hands as well. If we're having one of those, I believe we are.
Yeah, I think if Gogo Gaga win this series, we will go to a bracket reset, but that remains to be seen. That remains to be seen just yet, as OEX still has plenty more time to work with here as we're getting into map 2. They managed to win it out last time. We saw a 24-25 between these 2 teams, but based on how close that last map was, we might be getting an opportunity for Gogo Gaga to write history in that regard.
If you were hoping for some more S7 action, there is definitely a guarantee for it to happen here and now as we move into the live fire. Like you said, Camouflage and S7 both up for grabs. We did see a very great control of those power weapons from the side of Gogo Gaga, and we'll see if they're able to repeat that just a little bit here on our map number 2. Looks like it's going to be Bastos immediately heading for that sniper rifle, but Z Mighties has predicted the play pretty accurately and will take down that slay as well, but Sunrise will repeat that on SOG. What a great back and forth to start out our game number 2.
Yeah, 5 seconds for this camo. Mighties is watching this lane, though. It means that it's very difficult for Sunrise to find an angle onto the overshield. Bastos is going to sneak through and is going to escape down bottom mid. That could potentially have meant that SLG has a good opportunity to get this camo, but now it's going to be Mighties having to try and play denial, but luckily for him, Bastos knows exactly where to look to shut down and de-scope that sniper rifle. Bastos gets away with the camo. It looks like this could be a very good start for Gogo Gaga.
You know, you read my mind perfectly, just like Bastos read that play perfectly. As soon as that player came through and shot the player holding the sniper rifle, I was like, what a read. And indeed it was. It was a beautiful read by Bastos to deny the enemy of trying to take him down. And he gets away with the clutch off the back of it. A beautiful play, but it looks like the games are just going to continue being as close as possible, but Z Mighty should go down to SRG, and also a small little bit of a lead for Gogo Gaga. If they're able to maintain this lead, this should be an interesting series nonetheless, but right now it looks like Bastos and Sunrise have split the map just a little bit and are activating off the pitch to try to fight against one of these players, and what a nade from Bastos.
Yeah, Bastos does a great job there to find that player isolated in the nest. Nest will be such an easy place to get naded out of if you're not careful, and now SLG falling to Bastos as well. Looks like all the momentum is in favor of Gogo Gaga, but the scoreline actually has not extended that far in their favor just yet. SLG and Mighty's managing to avoid getting collapsed on off spawn too much, even if they both go down.
Looks like, speaking of going down, nobody will go down for a small little bit, and it looks like It's always funny seeing moments like these because the game is slowing down, yet at the same time not. People are just playing ring around the rosy, the map, and can't identify where these players are because they just split the map perfectly in half. They both just swapped sides, and whether or not it was a good swap for GoGoGaga or OEX is left to be determined by these next couple of fights. It looks like a small advantage right now for the side of GoGoGaga if they can find the sleigh, but they won't be able to find it. But they will find the camouflage, if not the camo burn, and indeed they do. Sunrise will trade up with Z-Mighties. SOG will take the sniper rifle, but camouflage is no longer an option on the map, and this game will have to continue without it, but still plenty of sniper rifle ammo to be utilized by the side of OEX.
Finds that shot! Barely even have time to register it is on the screen, and SLG just deletes them from existence. 7-7 now. SLG still has 2 bullets left. And you've got to think GoGoGaga is not going to be willing to make any aggressive plays for at least a little while, whilst they nurse that head injury.
Sometimes a beautiful snipe like that will take the mental into the game and bring it out into the forefront of how your play style continues. And Bastos and Sunrise look to be doing exactly that. They're being a lot more respectful and a lot more slowed to try to find these next few players. Sunrise has identified where SLG is, so that's going to give Bastos and Sunrise an opportunity to start activating off the damage to try to find this player stuck over on the next side. And it looks like Z-Mighties will be able to sneak away for a little bit. Sunrise will go down, and Mighties will take down Bastos, so it's a beautiful execution. And now, off the back of a tied game, a 2-up lead for OEX with the sniper rifle. And we'll see if they're able to continue that because they have information. They already have the pinch on these next couple of players. Bastos is down to 1 shot. Sunrise is going to take down 1. And Mighties is going to be left to fend for himself as the game continues and brings it just a little bit closer. But Z-Mighties is waiting to try to find either of these players.
It looked like a potential for a big collapse there, but when SLG couldn't connect with that sniper rifle, what it ended up meaning was that those 2 players who were together could shoot together against the other team. Mighties does eventually find that kill onto Bastos, but it's only a 1-kill lead here for OEX. They might have been hoping for a little bit more off of the sniper control. They have erased the lead from GoGoGaga, and now in an even situation, as the next power items will be coming up in about 30 seconds.
And once again, with those power-ups coming up, the game is going to slow just a tad as these players play as best they can, ships in the night, waiting for each other to come through, trying to identify where these players are. And right now, some information has come through for one, so he's going to take down Bastos. He's going to trade out with Sunrise, but Sunrise should be down low shields. He's down to 1 shot, but he's flying ring around the rosy, but Z-Mighties has the good melee to take him down. And it looks like Bastos is going to try to find him out. Mighties will sneak away with the camouflage, but Bastos is just going to run away with the sniper rifle instead. That's a great play by Bastos to guarantee a little bit of power up and control for his team to try to keep this game close, because if they give up both the camo and sniper rifle to OEX, you might as well just give them 4 kills as well.
Gets kind of destroyed actually as he loses out on that camo, but SLG will clean up both of the weak players that Mighty's found. And I think what that really means, I do want to kind of highlight how good of a play it was from Bastos there to monopolize that sniper rifle control, make sure that the camo sniper is not on the cards for the other team. He keeps moving fast enough that the camo player isn't going to catch up to him without sprinting and giving away his location. Really well played there from Bastos. This could have been a disaster. Instead, it's only a narrow lead for OEX, and Sunrise having this green gun could change very quickly.
Looks like it's... Oh no, Sunrise is going to get caught out. It's going to extend the lead into OEX's favor just a little bit, and SLG is going to go for that green gun. And interesting enough, I don't see the green gun played as often as we used to when it comes to competitive Halo Infinite, but I'm liking to see its utilitarian use by these players over in this doubles tournament, and I think off the back of this, we might start seeing people pick it up a little bit more in general anyways. But right now, SLG and Mighties have been kind of cornered out in this back garage side. Sunrise and Bastos trying to track him down, both of them going ring around, but oh, a beautiful remote det by Z-Mighties, and it might be a beautiful track down on this last player of Sunrise, but Sunrise is flying across the map as fast as everybody else, and he went for the ninja, but unfortunately it's a back smack for Mighties, giving him 10 kills now as we continue out, and with a 6-kill lead for OEX.
Yeah, I think only Mighties can move fast enough to lead SLG. SLG looking slow, trying to keep up. because that is some crazy movement of these two are pulling to hunt down that last player. Moving so in sync with one another as well, making sure that they just have... They're not going to get caught off guard, they're not going to get caught on their own, they're going to be able to trade out anything, and ideally they're going to find one person with 2 guns and just absolutely melt them. That's pretty much what's been happening so far, and we can see there, once again, the help comes in from SLG over towards Mighties, making sure he doesn't get caught out on his own. Now we see SLG, I was about to say he's going to wait for help from his teammate, but he doesn't need it. He's got camo, he's about to have sniper rifle as well. This game has gotten out of hand for Gogo Gaga very quickly.
That was a nasty slide by SLG to come up and to secure the slay onto that player. I would not expect anybody to chow one shot like that, but it just goes to show how confident some of these players can feel on these matches. And then back-smack for SLG as well is going to give them a 10-up lead in game number 2. And I'm thinking this is going to go in the hands of OEX, especially if SLG finds a way to keep them in with a sniper rifle, because Sunrise is looking to be the next victim, but unfortunately out of ammo, but not out of options. It's a killing spree for SLG. The victory to tie us up 1-1, and I don't think OEX are a bit of a fan of hearing anything else coming up. We do see a significant lead exchange right now for OEX.
Yeah, that brings us to 1-1 in the series, but the momentum game is very strong for OEX. They came into that game off the back of a pretty crushing defeat, really, considering how strong they were in the previous in the winners finals. So OEX looking to answer back there. They do so in a decisive manner. Just a complete blowout game there. Really nothing really shaking for Gogo Gaga once you get past about the halfway point of that game. OEX going to be looking to bring that energy into the next one and shut this series out nice and quick.
Next up is going to be a Recharge Slayer. Power items on the menu are Camouflage and Shock Rifle. Some people would debate Shock Rifle, but regardless, I consider it one because these play in the hands of these players, it is a power weapon. Who are we kidding? A headshot guaranteed kill for these guys is going to be a slay nonetheless. But right now, OEX are looking to try to finish this out and not find this in our reset, but Gogo Gaga would love to find themselves a Grand Finals reset to bring us into a next game of 5, but we're tied up 1-1, so this is not going to be the clincher match. It's going to be whatever happens next, but right now, we'll find out as we continue this game. Right now, it's going to be a slow start for both of these teams.
Yeah, looking at the Twitch chat, by the way, we do have Penguin poking his head in to see SLG and Mighties. He's very clearly got a favourite there, rooting for SLG. And speaking of SLG, he's going to manage to find a nice little stick there, taking Gogo Gaga 2 dead. Mighties is going to have this camo. He'd probably be picking up the shock rifle as well, and be looking to rotate this early lead into a dominant position on the map.
Like you said, Shock and Camo in the hands of Z Mighties. That power combo might be able to secure at least one slay. One player's playing slow through the bottom mid. OEX are looking to just keep the momentum they had in the previous matchup. And activating with this, oh, it might be right there. Sunrise gets caught up through the bottom mid. Bastos might be the next victim to follow suit. Down to one shot he goes. The nades from Z Mighties are clean, they're prim and proper, but Bastos has a response, and his response is to not go down on his own. He will finally go down. A very highly intelligent play by Z Mighties to shock that power weapon on the ground. Already with the grapple play to come through for the extra kill. Z Mighties is not wanting to give up this lead whatsoever, and he's already trying to track down Bastos as the next spawner in his face already. Both down to one shot, but Bastos takes it, but SLG will take the trade any day of the week. And oh my goodness, if he had gotten that insta-spoiled, that would have been extremely nasty by SLG.
A very good start here for SLG and Mighties. Definitely looking more like map 2 than they are like map 1 Mighties. As we mentioned earlier, making use of the fact the shock rifle is not classed as a power weapon. That means it does not have its ammo halved in 2v2. Mighties has had a lot of time to work with that weapon, and that has gotten them out to a lead, but all of a sudden that lead is dwindling. But SLG manages to find a really nice shot there. He finds a second onto Bastos in the 1v1. A massive double there for SLG. Gogo Gaga looked like they might be able to get back into this game, but SLG shuts them down hard.
Sometimes these players just find a way to start moving bodies and putting down slays, and SLG is doing just that. With one player down, camouflage up in the next 10 seconds. Players should be in the spawn cycle for just a little bit, but Z Mighties is going to need a little bit of help here, unless he just flies around with that grapple. But it's going to be Bastos with a perfect 5 onto the B-box player, tripping down. And Z Mighties might follow up, but Z Mighties down to one shot, playing around, ring around the pipes with Sunrise, and SLG is here to help. SLG should be there to secure it, and SLG will not only secure the kill, he'll secure the camo and secure a route to try to find where Bastos has gone away to, and there he is.
SLG, having gotten this camo, looking to pick up the shock rifle as well. You see those two people in tower though. I reckon they're going to try and light him up as he picks it up. They don't manage to do so. Bastos swings the angle, but doesn't manage to connect. Sunrise, with a very well-timed crouch there, ducks underneath SLG's shock rifle shot. But these two players, they're pinned down, probably taken damage from Mighty's grenades. You're going to have to try and team up to take down SLG, because you're not going to do it on your own. SLG finds them both back C, and now he's looking for more as the spawners come up in gold.
Shameless plug real quick for SLG. Penguin says that he is their sub for the LVT Pro League, and he's proving exactly why that is the case here and now. So much damage, so many slays, and such beautiful plays right now from SLG. No wonder they picked him up, because he deserves that spot. And if anyone argues with that, you can take it up with a shock rifle, because he's trying to put that to work against Bastos as well. We'll see if he's able to find a connection, but right now, Sunrise and Bastos are respecting the heck out of SLG right now as an independent player.
Yeah, I always think of SLG, he's kind of like your favorite Halo player's favorite Halo player, you know? He's just such a force on the map and outside of it, with the way that his teams have had such a big impact on the game, completely changing the perception of how strong European teams can be in Halo Infinite. And you're seeing exactly why in this game. 17-9 right now. If they can find one more kill, it will be doubling up the lead. SLG, though, is one shot, forced to back down. Mighty's looking for this kill in long haul. He finds the melee, doesn't manage to convert that into the kill, though. And Bastos is coming in to try and save his teammate. SLG forced to back away, but he's almost managed to escape. He gets round the corner, but Bastos is hunting him down alongside Sunrise. So will still fall to SLG, along with the help of Z Mighties, but Bastos answers back. And finally, we see an opportunity here where Bastos and Sunrise might be able to get some power, but SLG is going to force Bastos away from that camo, not letting him roll his momentum.
Z-Mighties is waiting down to the bottom of the pipes, though. He will get a shot on Bastos. Sunrise is down, and it's going to be a trade out. Everyone down on the map. Nobody around to pick up this camouflage, and it looks like SLG and Sunrise are going to be the first ones up, and it's going to be a race to the camouflage. Sunrise is going to take the long way around through the gold pipes, trying to find out where SLG went, and he's going to suffer for it. Bastos should be next up on the chopping block. They should be able to locate this player. And it looks like SLG is just going to play the slow game, pick up the camouflage with the grapple, and keep himself out of harm's way while guaranteeing the power item. And all of a sudden, a 7-kill lead right now for SLG and Z Mighties, looking to extend their lead just a little bit in this series instead of tying it up. This is a very close match. But what a name from Sunrise.
Yeah, but SLG with this camo is just... he's not natural. He just is so hard to deal with. Bastos gets taken down as well, and SLG is just putting damage down onto the spawner. Sunrise barely even has time to get into the game before he's taking shots from SLG and a grenade from Mighties. Both of them firing on all cylinders this game. Only one more kill required. Mighties will find it with the shock rifle, and that is going to be 25-15. It will be 2-1 now to OEX, and Go Gaga are not looking great since that map won.
Indeed, OEX found their second gear, and they just hit the ground running ever since. Every single game has been a over 10-kill lead for the side of OEX, and they are not letting their foot off the gas whatsoever. But very even slays as well for the side of OEX. 13-12 right now for SLG and Mighties, and only 6-9 deaths and 7-6 assists. Those are beautiful assists, because at least half the kills that either of these players got were assisted in some form or fashion. And I always love to see players play that way, keeping together, playing with their teammates, making sure they can guarantee the damage. And this is a prime example of just that. Mighties guarantees one with the camouflage player. They look around, try to find the rotation on the next one, and it's Bastos who goes down to SLG from a beautiful double kill. But just great team plays from the side of OEX, and Go Gaga really haven't been able to find an answer to it so far.
SLG, one-man army the enemy team a lot of the time that game. Mighties obviously did also have a very nice stat line, but it did feel like SLG was kind of the tip of the spear a lot of the time in these gunfights. Just getting so far in there, making makes life so difficult for the other team. We're going to be loading, we've already, loaded into our map number 4. This is the last chance for Gogo Gaga to put a stop to this team, but they're not even contesting the overshield off the rip. They don't seem to really be contesting the sniper rifle either. There is a guy top tower, but he's not got the sniper, and Mighty's has no trouble whatsoever with shutting him down with the damage already done. And he's not worried about the sniper either, although now he's realized where SLG spawned, he's decided to rotate back towards it. Good play from him there to make sure that that power weapon is not left up for grabs.
This is exactly why I love casting with you, because you read my mind like it is, because that's exactly how I diagnosed that play from OEX as well. As soon as SOG spawned in the back tram side, I knew for a fact Z-Mighty's was probably going to turn around and look for that sniper rifle, and the only reason why I left it behind was he might have been expecting a spawn from SLG on the lower side of train. But right now, it is Bastos trying to bring this one back, has a sniper rifle. One more shot left to work with, trying to find SLG. All he's finding is finally a headshot. What a beautiful shot from Bastos. Eventually it does connect, and SLG finds himself in the respawn screen. We are seeing a small little bit of a lead developing here for Gogo Gaga, 4-1. It's way too early to call per standard, but it's a great opening breakout from this team so far as they've been down in this series.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of opening that Gogo Gaga needed. After getting beaten down so ruthlessly in that previous map, you needed a good start to believe again that you could actually win this series. Map 1 was so great for these guys, but since then it has been nothing but misfortune. Bastos almost manages to secure a beautiful double kill, doesn't quite do so, but it's still a lead for Gogo Gaga, and Z-Mighty's and SLG both pinned down in the blue side of the map.
It looks like a little bit of respect will be given while this overshield comes up. Can't blame anybody for that being the case. You don't want to go down in this series when a power item or power equipment is coming up, and that's exactly the case. Bastos down to 1 shot. Mighty should have an opportunity here to be prioritizing this OS, and it looks like that's exactly the case. Bastos back down, Bastos back into the tram side, and now Z-Mighty's has both a OS and a little bit more map control for his team to try to find a way to get back into the lead here.
We do see here, he's looking to hunt down this player in the back tram. Still a lead in favor of Gogo Gaga, but that might not last for very long with this overshield in play. But they've successfully kited it for a very long time. It's actually run out now. Mighty's, instead of having an overshield advantageous fight, instead he just gets his ankles broken by Bastos, who also has managed to route his way over to the sniper rifle. Gogo Gaga not looking to go down without a fight in this game.
With Bastos having the sniper rifle in hand once again, it's another opportunity for this team to start extending their lead, and with a beautiful body shot and headshot connection onto Z-Mighty's, that's going to extend out to a double slay 4-kill lead right now, and SLG and Sunrise in the 1v1 in the backside of Yard. And the BR side, they will trade out. It's exactly what you want if you're on the side of Gogo Gaga, and OEX, you could do a little bit better than having a trade out, but right now, Bastos is trying to hunt down Z-Mighty's. Z-Mighty's has the back of Bastos. One connects, but Z-Mighty's will ice it out and take the slay. But he's not going to pick up the sniper rifle on the back of it, which is a very odd play. But maybe he's just trying to react and thought that maybe Sunrise was a little bit closer than he might usually be.
Yeah, maybe just playing that a little bit safe, knowing that he can always pick up the sniper rifle a little bit later, but he can't come back to life if he accidentally stands on the ground. SLG, though, as always, very deadly with the sniper rifle. He doesn't seem to need any time at all to line up those shots. The flicks that SLG will hit, it looks like he's on keyboard and mouse sometimes. The way that he can acquire targets so quickly. Mighty's finds 1 kill on the other side of the map. SLG therefore has the freedom not to overchow this to the death. Mighty's gets that camouflage using the space made from that kill, and now they're looking to collapse in on these two S2 players. Mighty's using that overshield. He finds one and he gets a second. He still has overshield to play with as well.
Just like that elite exchange on the side of OEX, and it was a beautiful execution by these players to make sure you guarantee it. SLG and Bastos trade bandits, which is very interesting to see. But oh my goodness, Sunrise with the ice onto Z-Mighty's will keep this game within 1. Sniper rifle is up in the next 25 seconds. We'll see who's able to pick it up, but right now Bastos is doing his best to try to guarantee that the snipe is controlled by his team and not OEX, because if you want to keep yourself in this tournament, you need to stay alive. But SLG and the cross-map fights coming from Z-Mighty's might put Bastos down to the respawn screen. A great rotation to try and keep himself alive. And all of a sudden, it's a very close 2v2. 360 for Bastos. SLG will take him down. but SLG still down to 1 shot. Sniper rifle is up. He's playing it slow, and Sunrise is on the high side. Sunrise can't guarantee the slate, and it's going to be SLG controlling both the snipe and tower area until he goes down. And Bastos secures a beautiful double kill on SLG and Z Mighties, tying up the game and guaranteeing the sniper rifle. What a beautiful play by Bastos, and that took a supreme amount of ice to get it done.
Yeah, I think SLG might have made like the first bad play of his life there, where he challenged Bastos instead of just picking up the sniper rifle and getting his shields back. However, it hasn't been too big of a problem. They managed to take down Bastos without giving up too much to that sniper rifle. Now, they're still 1 kill ahead in this match. SLG and Mighty's just hanging around in this yard area. Overshielding 10, they're going to want to break out of this position before that comes up. They can't afford to give it away for free, and that's exactly what we see. Mighty's pushing out. He's identified an easy target to take out. Sunrise hiding in this corner, and Mighty's is going to be able to find him, but Bastos has gotten away with the overshield, and we can see now Mighty's looking to buy as much time as possible, make sure he's shooting it with a teammate, and the two of them combine to take down the overshield without giving up a single kill to it. Fantastic play from SLG and Mighty's.
That was, like you said, a beautiful, beautiful play. I was expecting maybe Mighty's or SLG to hit him with a sticky, but wasn't even necessary. They just plays beautifully, guaranteed so much damage. But right now, Sunrise and Bastos have a bit of a response to that exact execution. Entire game up 2-2, and a good read by Bastos on these spawning players over on the blue side. And Sunrise is already on the pincer attack through yard, but Bastos is being a little bit slow here, and Sunrise is going to find himself in a very sudden 1v2 if nobody's able to find where he's at.
Bastos and Sunrise here, I think, have succeeded at the goal of not going out too sad to another beatdown in this map. But right now, they're threatening to do more. They're threatening to take us to the Game 5. They're ahead at 21 kills, 2 kills up. If they can just find trades for the rest of this game, which is better than that, we're going to do better than that. They're going to find the kills untraded, 23-19. SLG and Mighty's both go down, and it doesn't matter what kind of manner you won the previous 2 maps in, because you still have to win this one if you want to win the tournament.
I gotta say, it's everything to gain right now for GoGoGaga, and everything to gain for OEX, even if they drop this map, and everything to lose for GoGoGaga. If they give up this lead, then they're gonna give up the series in itself, and Z Mighty's picking up this sniper rifle is not what you want to see if you're on the side of GoGoGaga, especially in the hands of Mighty's. Like you mentioned before, he's your favorite sniper that is underrated, and he's showing that he can put that sniper rifle to work. He's gonna pick up 1 to bring it back within 2. SLG pick up another 1, and all of a sudden it's a 1-kill game. I didn't want to predict it like this, but it looks like GoGoGaga are once again giving up that lead. They gave up map control and the overshield coming up. They're going to give up the OS as well. It's going to go straight in the hands of Z Mighty's along with the sniper rifle. This is not looking good for GoGoGaga.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some kind of miracle here come through in order to save GoGoGaga from Mighty's with the sniper. He's the horror movie villain right now, hunting them down. All you can do is run away. You can try and hide, but he will find you, as he does find that kill onto Sunrise, 24-23, but it's a close scoreline. Those grenades were so good. They managed to take down that overshield, but 3 bullets left in the sniper. There is no mistakes left for GoGoGaga.
Indeed, it is the case. Sunrise is doing a lot of work with that. Oh, but no, the body shot connection. You predicted it. A sniper play to finish it out. Z Mighty's will take the game and take the series. OEX, our grand finals winners, with a beautiful end sniper rifle play to guarantee the game.
Absolutely beautiful shot there from Mighty's, just to recognize that is the path to victory in this situation. You look into every possible future and you see the way through. OEX are going to take the tournament with that win, but GoGoGaga, when they looked like this might be them going out very sad after the previous 2 maps, they really fight back. We were so close to that Game 5.
Indeed, so close yet so far. You had everything to win and everything to lose on the side for GoGoGaga. If they were able to secure that win, they would have been able to secure a game number 5, Slayer Aqua. And honestly, I would have seen a Slayer Aqua going in the favor of GoGoGaga. They just had a way to play around the pillars and the corners that would have been beneficial to them. But unfortunately, OEX once again find the amount of ice necessary to secure the game. They were down 3 kills and all of a sudden 5 uncontested to take the win and the series. What a beautiful play by OEX. And what a beautiful doubles tournament, honestly, for a single Sunday. That was a lovely time. What do you think?
Yeah, I've had a blast with this one. I think we've had probably the highest concentration of very close maps I might have ever had in a tournament I've casted. I think every series we've casted has either been a game 3 or had at least one very close map.
100% agreed. It was very back and forth between all these teams, but regardless, thank you everybody for joining us on this tournament. This was a lovely matchup between all these teams. Congratulations, SLG and Mighties, for your victory in our doubles tournament. And Seal, thanks for joining me here. This was a fantastic time. Some of you might have noticed I'm a little bit sick today, but we came through, we broke through, and we entered it out, and it was a fantastic time. So thanks again, Seal, for joining me. It's been a fantastic time.
Yeah, it really has. And thank you everyone for joining us for this tournament. It's been brilliant. I've been Seal, this has been Canic, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, y'all.
When we're another, it's alright. I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes.
No scope.
Like the beating of a drum, I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides. Going deep into the night, I'll be the one you call.
Snipe.
1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch them fall. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch them fall.
Killing spree.
I know you wonder how it ends, so that your body can begin. Louder and louder, let it in. Building an army, baby, the voices, they won't win. 'Cause there's a
Double
fire
kill.
lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. If you need a little wild card,
Double kill.
I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall.